Hello. We are live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good morning. When we do, it is going to be a good one. We are waiting. Sorry for this to start. Ooh, they have disabled the chat for the live stream for today. So maybe we'll get some more streamers in. I am hoping so. So let us see. Interesting. Good morning. Is anyone awake this early? We are going to be streaming Sarah Boone, the Suitcase murder trial, as they are calling it on Court TV. Good morning. So they have disabled the chat on Court TV. So please welcome over here to the alternate point of view as we are going to live stream the Sarah Boone court case, the Suitcase murder trial. So hopefully we'll get some folks over here as we watch Sarah Boone's circus trial. This is going to be a fun one. Let's hope. It has been quite crazy. But she has been denied her snacks, so we shall see how she does without her snacks. She wanted Pop-Tarts and some chips and stuff like that, but that was denied by the judge. A lot has been denied. Good morning. Welcome. Please come into the chat and introduce yourself. Welcome to the alternate point of view. My name is Tracy Lee. We are going to live stream Sarah Boone. Court TV has turned off their chat, so come on in and chat in here and let me know what your thoughts are. Tell me where you're from. I definitely want to know. Say hello. That would be awesome. If you've never been here before, let me know who you are, what is going on, where you're coming from. If it's your first time, if you're a returning OG, I would love that. We got lots of stuff that's going to happen today. We're just waiting for this live to start because Sarah Boone is not usually, she's kind of crazy, y'all. I don't know if you know that, but Sarah Boone is a different character. So Good morning. Good morning. I know it's early. We're probably just waking up. I know I am. Uh, so this is going to be fun. I had to get on here. Had to get on here early because, well, I know I did the same thing yesterday, you guys, and they were very late getting started. So we shall see. We shall see. Court TV has turned off their chat stream, so please welcome over here and chat with me. Let me know what your thoughts are. We're just awaiting. You still have time to get you a cup of coffee or whatever your drink is, energy drink, coffee, snacks. If you want to get some snacks, because Sarah Boone can't have any. She can't have snacks. Welcome, Yoseo. Welcome to the Alternate Point of View. My name is Tracy Lee. If you have not heard of this channel, I welcome you all to this channel. I cover crime, tragedy, everything, pretty much anything controversial. I love that. I love to give my alternate point of view, or that's a nice phrase for my opinion. I also like to just kind of sit back and think of this as if I were a juror on the panel, because I've never been a juror, and I like to look at these cases as if they are innocent, of course, until proven guilty, because it's what our justice system is all about. So we want to make sure everyone is getting their due, because that is what we are. We are a justice system of innocent until proven guilty, even though there are some cases that come up that we do see where people are, obviously caught red-handed, I guess, for a lack of a better term. So let's see what happens today. I got on here early just to kind of wait, because sometimes they get started on time, sometimes they get started late. And also sometimes we have technical difficulties on my end. So feel free to jump into the chat and say hello. Tell me where you're from. If it's your first time. I hope that you are all getting ready to early vote. I hope everyone's registered to vote. I know this is a difficult time. I'm not going to say anything for either side. I just hope that we're all voting. So I hope everyone's putting their 2 cents in, because it counts. It's very important. And I hope you're not just voting for the presidential election. I hope if you have city, county, state, everything, you're voting for it all, because they're very, very important. Don't forget the things that are happening in your own backyard. So we have many things going on right now. I don't know if you guys are aware, but oh my gosh, there's the seal, you guys. It's coming up. So let's see. Let me switch over, because I've never seen it happen on time. So this is good. Make sure we got volume. Okay. All right. Okie dokie. Wow, you guys might actually start on time. This will be a first. I think this judge is pretty over it. Oh, sorry. I wonder which one of the defense attorneys is going to do the opening statements. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. If you are here, please feel free to chat, introduce yourself. Check out my channel if you haven't. Good morning. Good morning. I see people popping in. So this is the Sarah Boone Suitcase murder trial, as Court TV calls it. If you're not aware, this is Sarah Boone, who somehow managed to get her boyfriend into a suitcase and zip him up in the suitcase, and accidentally found him the next day in the suitcase, still zipped up and no longer alive. She said she fell asleep. They were playing hide and seek. And I guess he was hidden so well in that suitcase, even though she filmed him on her camera in the suitcase, and said some pretty ugly things to him, then went to bed, according to her, and he did not get out of that suitcase, even though also according to her, he was able to get out of the suitcase, even though according to the video that she filmed, he was begging her to let him out of the suitcase. I am not really sure how A, he got in the suitcase, and B, he couldn't get out of the suitcase. I'm not sure. I'm not going to test the theory. I don't want to know. So, and not only that, I couldn't fit my fat butt in a suitcase. So apparently Jorge was a very small man. I thought he weighed 130 pounds, but apparently he weighed only like 103 pounds. So he was a very small man. And Sarah claimed that he was quite mean to her. But according to records and witnesses, he did not have these issues until he met Sarah. And Sarah seems to have a lot of issues with men, but they never had issues until they met her. So I kind of feel like she's the problem. I don't know. Seems to me that she has some anger management issues, possibly. So, yeah, that's that. And she is fighting this. She did get a final Hail Mary pass last week where the prosecution actually offered her a plea deal, and she did not take it. She decided to go to trial. She believes the jury will find her innocent. I'm not sure. I'd love to hear you guys' opinions, what you think. I am staying open-minded, but after hearing the motions and such yesterday, I'm really not sure what she is going for, but clearly it is a self-defense case. She is claiming that he was trying to get out of the suitcase and claiming that he was going to harm her if he got out of the suitcase. And that means she went upstairs and went to sleep. she was so afraid for her life that she went upstairs and went to sleep and left him in the suitcase. Yeah, so that's the gist of that. I'm not really sure how that is self-defense. But in the state of Florida, you do not have to flee the scene. You do not have to leave your own home. You don't have to do anything. You can stand your ground anywhere in Florida, which is, I believe, a defense that is overused and taken out of context. But actually, it's not taken out of context because that's the way the law is written. So I think that law is needs to be polished or abolished, however you would like to call it. I've seen too many cases in Florida where they use the stand your ground, and people are actually getting away with taking people out with that defense. I mean, look at George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin. There's quite a few cases. So, I mean, I'm all about defending where you live and such, but not going after someone that actually doesn't pose a threat to you. When you chase that person, that's kind of where I draw the line. I think that's not appropriate. And I can say that just by being in those situations and experiences myself, in my in another life, in my old career. It's 8:04, so hopefully they're going to get started soon. So I hope that you're not chatting because you don't aren't able to chat, but I wish that someone would introduce themselves, say hello. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. It helps the algorithm and it definitely helps the channel. And don't forget to hit the alert because that way you'll know when we go live again, and it'll help you know also when new content comes up, because you don't want to miss that. That's for sure. So we have lots of other stories going on YouTube. We have the Delphi trial is going on right now. They have finally sworn the jury in. Their cameras are not allowed in that trial. We also still have the toddler trial going on where the mother, Leilani, did kind of a Susan Smith where she reported her child missing And it turns out that she deceased him and put him in a dumpster, and then he ended up in a landfill. She even went on television asking for people to help find him. It was just absolutely terrible. We also have the missing mother here in Austin that I believe they did find her body, and her husband has now been arrested as well. We also have 3 missing children that were here in Austin that the man took out part of the family and took the children. And we also have the husband. This one is something that I'm a little on the fence with. The husband burned trial. They're saying the wife did it, but I don't know. The family is a little shady. They're called the Ferris family, and they're saying the wife did it, but the husband was like 6'4" and weighed 300 pounds. And they're trying to say the wife, who was a pretty small lady, banged him and then was able to apparently drag his body to a fire pit area and burn him. I'm not really sure about that one, but all of her kids are saying she did it. And I don't know if this is for money. It's got to be for money, but I think they're putting it off on her so they can get the money. I don't know. Very strange family. Very strange. I don't see where she needed the money. They were living pretty much separate lives. They lived in separate parts of the house. They were able to do whatever they wanted to do. They'd been doing it for years. I don't know. So I don't see where she needed to get rid of him like that. I think the kids maybe wanted the money. So and then I'm not sure where everyone else is from, but I'm from Austin, and it seems like every time I turn on YouTube, I don't really watch the news per se, but YouTube and Twitter or what have you, it seems like there's something happening. Good morning, Gwen. It seems like there's something happening in Austin as far as somebody being deceased every day here. It's getting kind of out of control. It is out of control. So it's pretty wild. So today is officially day 1. They're actually going to do opening statements. We shall see. The defense has put everything out there already. We already know what their defense is going to be. It is going to be self-defense. Very, very interesting. And Sarah Boone is going to testify. We know everything. I don't know what other kind of surprises can come out of this trial. Oh, I was like, I couldn't figure that one out. Yeah, I don't understand why this trial has to go 3 to 4 weeks. This is going to be a lengthy one. Oh, wow. I'm not sure how I feel about the Delphi trial. Still, I wish they would televise it, because I'd really like to see, or at least, even though as much as I hate audio over televised, I wish we could hear what they have, because I'm just not sure about that one. I don't think so. It's not right. That's it. Find that strange. Well, They also say prison is a place to reform. I find that hard to believe. How are you reforming a lifer? Is what I want to know. She's such a strange lady. I'm not really sure how I don't know. I'm just not sure how she functions. Yeah, reform. I mean, they offer all kinds of programs in prison, but if they're not actually going to reform or help them or give them any hope, because honestly, like, if they're not going to use it as reform and help them get a better life or just get a life after they get out, then there's no point. We're spending money for these programs and all of this, that, and the other, and it's not helping. I mean, because as long as they have that felony on them, they can't get places to live, they can't get jobs. I mean, it's really hard, or it makes it harder for them. So you have to find someone that'll just take a chance, you know. I do like that Detroit has a clean slate program for nonviolent offenders. So, but it also takes like several years to get into that program. You have to be, which is fair. You have to be not committing any crimes for several years, which is fair, a fair ask to get your clean slate. So, yeah, I wish there was a way people could get a chance to redeem themselves. I mean, at the end of the day, uh, that's what we are to God, right? God gives us the opportunity to redeem ourselves. We're all tainted and sinners. God doesn't take on perfect people. Yeah, I wish that we would do away with the death penalty, because I think, as God says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. and at the end of the day, God will take care of God's going to take care of us all regardless. I mean, we have all sinned and done horrible things, maybe not as horrible as, taking lives or something like that, but still God is going to judge us for what we have done when we get there, and he is going to punish us whether people believe so or not. Just because we've accepted Jesus Christ doesn't mean God's not going to get up there. We're not going to get up there and God's not going to be like, okay, so you did this, 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 and this. And although I have forgiven you, you still got to get your dues. I mean, that's why I always joke that heaven may be beautiful, but I'll be living in the little shack. It'll be a pretty shack. I'll be living in a she shack in heaven. But I'll be in heaven. Well, I thought they were going to start on time. They teased me with the seal of Florida on there. So I don't know how many of you saw the. Okay, we'll just talk about it. File box, yeah, file boxes. I love those. I wish I could. There's no names on them. I can't tell what they put in those file boxes. I don't know if anyone saw the Fox News Brett Baier Kamala Harris interview. I did, and everyone on Twitter, okay, in the Kamala camp says she crushed it and did such an amazing job. I don't know if these guys are smoking like what they're smoking, but she did a terrible job. She tried her whole like, I'm speaking, don't interrupt me. But Brett Baier had no choice but to interrupt her several times because she wouldn't answer the question. And I did notice she was trying to go back to her typical, I grew up a middle class kid kind of story, and she kept trying to go to her uh uh whatever her stories are, trying to go through her word salad stuff. But she did a lot. She got very hostile in that interview because she was trying to blame Trump for everything. And she didn't want to take responsibility for the last, nearly 4 years of her and Biden. And she just wanted to pawn it all off on Trump. And she kept blaming the fact that Trump was running for president as to why everything is so bad. And then Brett Baier asked her, what are we turning the page on? Your motto is go move forward, turn the page. He was like, what are you turning the page on? You've been in office for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page? Are you turning the page on your this last, term? And she said, well, no, the last decade. You know, I mean, Trump has been trying to run things for the last decade, and now he's running for office again. And I'm like, but you've been in office. You and Biden have been in office. So how does that make sense? Make it make sense, you guys. Make it make sense. If anyone on the planet thinks that these last 3.5 years can be rewritten and just wiped away, I don't know what on earth that makes sense to. I don't understand it. I don't know how people believe you can wipe away history just like that. Like, whew, that's why their motto is turn the page, go forward, because they want you to forget these last 3.5 years that have been absolutely horrible. I mean, we're going into 4 years. So 4 years, I'm just going to say 4 years, stop saying 3.5, 4 years of garbly garb that we have been living through. And they want to turn the page on that. Just turn the page and make it seem like it didn't exist. So I don't know how that is possible. And yeah, a lot of Christians are not wanting to vote because we don't have someone that supports true Christianity in the out of the two candidates. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I love that she is in chains, like real chains, man. That's crazy. She is so excited though to be dressed in normal clothes. Oh, they got these big blow up pictures of her supposed beat up face. They're trying to bring in stuff from the past, like way, way past. They don't remember they didn't want to bring in any of her past behavior. They just wanted to bring in Jorge's past behavior.
Bless you. I'm ready when you are.
William J. for the state.
James Owens on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone, Kevin back there.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at council's table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are affixed to her person. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits.
Hey, Brandy.
Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved
morning.
on a
Welcome.
Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 as identified in the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, before 9 a.m. this
Oh my
morning.
goodness,
Was
where are
that
all
done,
those
Mr.
people?
Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you had the opportunity to review the culled down list of 119 documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
Most of them deal with just billings, observations by the medical personnel, so that don't necessarily apply to the issue of anxiety, as the court had indicated. I did include certain pages that discuss depression issues, as I believe that they were related to anxiety. And then I've identified 4 or 5 other pages that are not anxiety related that may be relevant to the case. I've described that.
Of those 119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
Apparently, these are all just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first 2 that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 111. And I believe I've identified them as best I can. However, the Bates stamp from the hospital is over other text, and there is no other Bates stamp. So I'm guessing that it's pages 9 and 10 out of 111. Be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those 2 pages. Pages 21, and then they skip 22. 23, 24, and 25 are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for, and I apologize that there's a but for, the fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening, and that does go into page 26, and they did not indicate that they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek treatment for depression symptoms, she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter, over twice the legal limit. It's a central nervous system depressant. We are going to have at least 1 medical doctor, well, 2. The forensic pathologist will testify for the state, and then our expert on battered spouse syndrome, if we get to that point, is also a medical doctor. She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologist will be able to get that information in. So we are objecting to pages 21 through 25 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to statements. I mean, it is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue, particularly when the symptoms and the complaints of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at January 23rd, 2018. We do not object. Page 43 is just her vital signs. We don't object. Page 44 is more of the initial assessment on this January 23rd, 2018 visit. We do not object.
I
Nor
cannot
do we
believe
object
they
to
are
pages
still
45,
having
46, or 47.
this shenanigans.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment
Thank you.
of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding.
Okay.
Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48, and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time. Page 63.
What's 49? So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was
Bless you.
tested, shows that she was tested for the presence of ethyl alcohol or ethanol, but it doesn't give the results.
Are the results contained in another page?
Just on page 26, the one I previously described as wanting included.
So not following 49 to 50 or 51 sequentially?
No, because the pages they want from the 40s are 43 through 47, skipping 48, and we're asking for 48 to be included between 47 and 49 to make sure it's relevant and complete. And
But they are also seeking 49, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
They just skipped 48, just like they skipped 26.
Okay.
This is just the defense trying to,
Page 63. It appears to be repetitive, but we
once
don't have
again,
any particular
keep anything negative
objection.
out
Page
about Sarah.
63 of the 111. Page 108.
Which, I mean,
seems to
that's
be
their
another part
job.
of the initial assessment from January 23rd, 2018. So we don't object to that. So basically, we're asking for pages 26 and 48 to be included.
Okay, thank you. The defense did, or I'm sorry, the state did seek a Richardson hearing yesterday in this matter, and based on binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, Young v. State, 369 Southern 3rd, 1243, regardless of the culling down of the records, the court still is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. As to the issue of whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful, Mr. Owens had advised that these documents were obtained sometime last week. He was unable to provide any specificity. He's going to confer with his office. Mr. Owens or Mr. Beck, are you in a position to advise when these documents were first requested, when they were received, and when they were sent to the state? Specifically, any documents pertaining to Exhibit 2, the Advent Health Winter Park records?
Judge, I did check with my secretary, Margaret, and my understanding is, I didn't know that was going to be a question about when we actually sent it out. I know it was one of my trips down here. I got Sarah Boone to sign a medical release. We sent it to the hospital. It took a couple of weeks, I want to say. We got it last week. We don't know exactly when. We don't timestamp at our office when something is mailed in, and it was mailed in from the hospital to my office. For whatever reason, the records did not get to Shelby, who was handling that issue, until late. It was yesterday.
I mean, are these the judge's bodyguards?
That she was aware that they had not been disclosed. We provided the copy to the state at that time.
So did these records come in batches? Because my understanding, based on the state's representation and their objections, was that the first 81 pages came on September 27th. Those were provided.
Those were separate. Those were records that some of the other lawyers, one of the other lawyers had received. And we sent them on, but the problem was they had notes on them. So we sent that 81, but it wasn't directly from the hospital. So we were trying to get a more complete, unedited copy of the records. That's why we made our request.
Okay, and when was the error identified in time as to when these items were not sent, such that they were provided via USB yesterday?
Whatever date we gave them is when we realized there was an error.
Whatever.
Okay, my understanding that would have been yesterday morning.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
If I may real quickly, based on the invoice that was sent from the Winter Park Advance.
How did she go from having 0 lawyers to like 40?
September, I suspect they waited until they received confirmation of payment of $135 for the receipt of them. So we received those. So it's all been within a couple of weeks, but we had a hurricane issue last week. And I think there were issues as to the matter being provided for. I did speak with the state yesterday afternoon after I had a chance to look at the records. two, I was told that they already had those records. And we reviewed them. So I don't think that's in prejudice to the state based on our submission.
Okay. Any further argument or positions with regard to the Richardson analysis, Mr. J?
That's for the purpose of this hearing, I'd like back the documents.
Is that the 119 pages, sir?
No, sir, it's the 81 pages that we got on September 27th, 2024.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received without objection as states 1.
Your Honor, there was just a reference that 31 pages were all marked up by the defense. There's no markings. The issue and the confusion that the state attorney's office still has, though, is page 68 of 81 of these original 81 documents.
If you have a cell phone on, they need to be silenced and turned off, please. If you cannot follow the court's instructions, due to the publicity in this case, I will ask for you to be removed. Does everyone understand? Thank you. You may proceed.
And I realize that I've only had a limited amount of time to review the 119 pages that came in yesterday. And again, it's more difficult to review those because it's not in a PDF where I can word search it and do any of the things that are afforded to us with modern technology. It came in as 119 separate JPEGs. They're not in order. So for instance, when I'm trying to look for page 43 of those 111 records out of the 119 pages, it's not in order. And I've done my absolute best to try and see if this page, which is 68.
Yes. And referring to 68 of the 81 that was
Yes,
entered
sir.
as 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank
It
you.
is sub-labeled within these records as page 2 of 14. And it appears to be a part of her visit on January 23rd, 2018. And in the social history provided, it says alcohol use denies, tobacco use denies, and the other part isn't relevant. And I just haven't been able to find that. And so I'm asking for the leeway to continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119 so that I may ask that out of the doctrine of completeness and fairness that it be included. I'm just at this point, I've not been able to find anything in the records that says that, and I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, if there's a 119 page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word and it helps the attorney greatly. So that's why there's this confusion, and that's part of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance of those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again and I'll provide any
Okay.
information.
I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If I may.
Yes.
We had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So they closed. So we were there at 8 o'clock to get the copy to the state we had promised, but we will bring one at lunch to hand to state.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Any other argument with regard to the Richardson issue? Anything further, Mr. Beck? Okay. With regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments. The court has, as a matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful. Court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages, 26 and 49 26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So the state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident, as provided in the 119 pages of item 2 of the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they were able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Judge, the defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids during opening statement. The ones that I have seen include jury instructions that may not be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives, and photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the respective parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough, but particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seeing exhibits of the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
Judge, yeah, the defense is self-defense. Sarah's going to testify that she was defending herself. We believe the court's going to rule we're entitled to put on a case involving self-defense. And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force and the justifiable use of deadly force.
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this time.
There are evidence of prior threats, prior events of violence committed under that instruction. Under the self-defense justifiable use.
Here's my concern. Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did pull up a couple of these on the justifiable use of non-deadly force.
That does not answer my question.
Not to use those.
Okay.
The two I'm interested in using and opening is the standard instruction. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon considering the verdict. You want me to read it out?
No, I can see it, sir.
And then the other one is a reasonable doubt is not in there. Possible doubt, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is the standard instruction.
Welcome
What's your position
everyone
with
who's
regard to those
watching.
two, Mr. J?
You can't say
Judge,
hi in the
opening
chat. I
statements,
say
we
hello
should
to
be
you.
discussing what we anticipate to come into the trial, and that's going to be enough of a minefield. It really shouldn't be about the law. We'll both have an opportunity to use the actual jury instructions, which we have not decided upon. We will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually decided to be the law after the case has been presented. So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to argue how the law applies to the facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in this circuit recently, we may in fact read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the role of opening remarks.
We are still
Any other
waiting for
response?
opening
Doing this
statements.
35 years.
Thank
I've
you
had
all
these
for tuning
boards, I've
in.
used these boards at opening
I'd love
statements. I
for
don't
you
know how
guys
many
to comment
times.
in the
I've
chat, introduce
said that I
yourself.
would waive introducing
Can
one
still-
specific to self-defense, but reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started. And then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal
Ay,
Jury
no.
Instructions off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions to eliminate, trying to prepare
Good,
my opening
Randy.
statement.
How are
and doing all
you?
the things that I
I've
should
never
be
met
doing
you.
on the eve of
Where are you
openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory. And I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please?
Ayo. It's like these guys have never done a trial before.
Well, here's the first problem. It's the wrong instruction.
Aye!
Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year. That is not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt. It is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there's not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction. For those reasons, I'm not going to allow it.
Those reasons I'm out.
As long as we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using enlargements in closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
This is an excerpt from.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, I wish Charlie LaDuff would reach out to me. I have contacted him several times. We could do a complete thing together because I did a rip apart of her on my channel too. And on TikTok. And on Twitter.
That seems to be the standard 3.9 instructions, or at least portions of it. Response?
Again, since it's not all of it, it's misleading. It's highlighting something about the law when we're just talking about opening remarks. 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions, 6 through 10, we're going to use in this case because we have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving
Aaron
into
Asher from
pieces and
Fox 2
portions of
News
jury instructions before we get the
did
evidence.
a hit piece
What
on
we should be
Brian,
doing
on
is
Michael.
explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them, and argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some guidance to the law. You know,
Remember that apple was poisonous.
in many ways, we do it where we give them the law at the very end, you know, and I understand the reason for that, depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is and considering the
Yeah, she's
credibility
just
of
trying to hang
witnesses.
on to
I
that
think it's
cushy job.
appropriate. It's a
See how long
brief
she has
statement of a
it.
standard instruction that comes in on every case.
Counting down the days, y'all, till I
Let me move
destroy
to the photographs
Detroit
before I address the 3.9 issue.
and all the corruption.
And I think for the record, we should mark them.
Okay.
She sure did.
Do you want them marked? You want them marked by Madam Clerk, correct? Okay, so let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
Yeah, she harassed her with terrible text messages and terrible pictures, anything she could get to. I mean, she even went to her house. It was awful. I don't even know how she got in, because it is you have to live there to get in. But she got in, and then she sent her terrible pictures, trying to scare Tiara into speaking to her. It was really bad. But because she couldn't get the exclusive, she did a hit piece instead. Reporters are nasty people. They didn't used to be, they used to actually be reporters and actually do their due diligence and do their job. And now they are part of the media machine, and they do whatever will line their pockets, and whichever person pays them the most money to tell whatever side of the story they want them to tell. They don't actually tell. They're not neutral anymore. So it's really sad that that's how we get our news. It's all propaganda. So we don't know what's true and what's lies. It's really sad. Oh, facts matter to me. They definitely matter to me, because I have facts, and I really dare anyone to come against me with anything but, because I got facts. I love when people kind of try to come up against me with something. All I do is get yelled at and cussed out and screamed at, because that's the way people argue these days. They just cuss you out and call you names. I'm like, okay, God bless you. I pray for you and your family. Hope everything's going well. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, because there's no point in arguing with people like that. You just have to pray to God that they, find a soul. And don't have so much hate in their heart. Oh my Lord, have mercy on all of us. It is 9 o'clock, y'all, and they are still. Yeah, it is really sad, Gwen. You are right. It is really sad. But you know what? You are on the right side, God is on your side. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. She is so like nonchalant, full of it. Like, I just cannot believe this woman. Oh, look what I drew for you while I was in prison. Oh my gosh, look how cute. Look at this little flower. Isn't it so cute? Do you see that? Oh, I thought of you the first second I drew it. And my hands are free so I can show you everything. I know, right? Yeah. What else do you want me to draw for you? I can draw. I really can. Can't you tell? Yeah. I'm super talented. I am, really. Okay, I'll put it over here and I'll show you next time. Yeah. Can you believe this chick just showed me some crap she drew in prison? I don't care about this stuff. Can you believe this? I don't want to see this. This chick is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs crazy, man. And we're representing her. I don't understand what the heck is going on. She thinks just because she's wearing a suit jacket, she can come across to me like that? I can't believe we took this case. Ugh. This woman is nutty. I know. I'm telling you, man. Can we hurry this along any faster? At all? Well, you ain't the one having to sit next to her. I am. I know. Well, we got to do it. I said I would do it, and here I am. All right. Here we go. Oh, you got to have fun with this case because, I mean...
Okay. Next photo.
Okay. This is not what I was expecting this morning, but I should have known.
Which is a picture of Sarah Boone on the back porch, the townhouse in question with her two dogs. That's exhibit C, the blow up of the picture of inside the townhouse showing the sliding glass door as well as the staircase that leads to the master bedroom. That's exhibit D. Is a picture of the large screen TV, 67 holes in it from where George Torres hit the TV with a bat. That's exhibit E. Is a blow up of injuries to Sarah Boone's left arm.
Oh, you go. Well, they're stalling, that's for sure. I mean, this poor jury is just sitting, waiting.
There's a close-up of the wound to Sarah Boone's leg where George Torres.
I mean, this lawyer tried to get this continued again, and the judge was like, absolutely not. We're not continuing this trial. It's not, anyone's fault that you decided to come in and steal thunder at the last minute. We're still doing this October 7th. And then October 7th rolled around, obviously, and there was a hurricane. So, of course, she got the continuance that she wanted for another week. And then they just kept filing motion after motion after motion. And the prosecution was like, the heck with this. We'll give you a Hail Mary pass and try to give you a plea bargain. And she wouldn't take it. And now they're still filing motion after motion after motion. And, you know, this is absolutely just ridiculous. Look at all of that they're trying to put into opening statements. The thing about her plea deal is it was 22 years, right? She's already served, what, 4, almost 5 years at this point. She would have only had to serve another, what, 5, 6 years, 5 to 7, and she would be out. But, oh my God. But she didn't take it. So now she's looking at possibly the rest of her life in prison. And that's what she's going to get because she...
Any other further argument with regard to the use of those items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens.
Yes, Judge, and I sent you some cases.
When did you send it, sir?
This morning.
Your Honor,
I have not received it.
I file a motion for idiocy. This is idiocrat. This is it. Is that a word? Your Honor, I file a motion for poor counsel. This counsel is stupid.
I think you were already on the bench.
Who is this guy?
Has the state seen a copy of it?
I'm familiar with the case law. I did receive the email. I'm not sure if it indicated who all was copied on it. A separate one, but I'll check.
Is it just these 2 cases? I've been provided Alsager v. State, 326 Southern 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Lowe v. State, 259 Southern 3rd, 23, Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements.
Well, the state is opposing the defense using these pictures because they didn't know they were going to use demonstrative aids until today.
Alsager case, which is the 2021 case. Supreme Court, trial court acted within its discretion in permitting state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that wasn't in the record.
They literally just went through this stuff this week about bringing in evidence.
2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida.
What was allowed and what
Trial
wasn't.
court acted within its
And now
discretion
he's bringing in
allowing
things
a
that
demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution.
wasn't a
Trial
part of
court
all of
acted within
that.
its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order
Hey,
to show the position
Kirsten.
of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to
Welcome
set out
back.
the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound, advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. Court allowed, again, court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from yours. Take the two instructions we read. Find that Sarah Boone, who because of prior threats or difficulties with George Torres, had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of imminent use of unlawful force at the hands of George Torres. You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Sarah Boone are those of a reasonable person. Goes on to say, you find at the time of the alleged second-degree murder, Sarah Boone knew that George Torres had committed an act or acts of violence. You may consider that fact to determine whether Sarah Boone reasonably believed it was necessary for her to use another weapon. We have a good faith belief that the exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is, it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy
Ooh, there might
photographs
be,
on the big
Kirsten.
screen as well during opening statements. but
Surely
those
they'll bring
things
the
are all
suitcase
coming.
out.
So we're just asking
I'd
you
like to
first
see the
in
size of that
general,
suitcase in person.
Let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established. And that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, and certainly this is A would come in, and some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not, a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C, D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. It's, I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want. But in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that? prior-
No, what I ruled is that you were able to discuss them, and address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in under self-defense. In arguing these, I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there is going to be evidence of an overt act. And she was facing imminent threat, and she reacted based on that threat.
Understood. Your response to Exhibit B?
Look at the- which one?
It is really
It's the
confusing.
her on the back porch with the two dogs.
Judge, not only did he abuse, George Torres abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
I believe it is a part of the exhibit list.
It's
We got this from
What
the
you
state.
believe and what is
They sent over
evidence
a bunch of
is not-
flowers or paintings that they want to introduce, that they listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, George Torres, he abused the dogs. And he would threaten to abuse the dogs to control Sarah Boone.
Okay, thank you.
They're checking, Judge,
All right.
on whether they have.
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You can talk about specific some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
We
All right, are
finally
we
get
prepared to
open
bring in our
argument.
jury at this time?
Got
Yes.
Other issues.
They've been waiting for an hour and 20 minutes,
No
Counselor.
kidding.
We intend to play the 2-minute suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
What?
State.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to
Aye.
hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach the bench.
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. It's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, I'm not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow.
Any reason why we cannot bring in our jury at this time? State.
No, sir.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, y'all may be seated. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
All right. Here we go. All
right, members of our jury, good morning. I want to just confirm before we start this morning that you complied with the court's instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case. Then you have not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Can you all approach for a moment? And a juror in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir? Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. It's something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we required and asked of you, is just to be open and honest. And I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that would impacted you or influenced you in any way, to have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge shot in a suitcase. She was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes, because there's going to be 2 videos that the defendant herself took of this event. The evidence is going to show George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And out of a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out. Sarah, I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously. Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 The defendant laughs again. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. She laughs again. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 I can't breathe, baby. That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, fuck you. I can't fucking breathe, Sarah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Sarah, shh, is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound Jorge Torres is put into this suitcase left to die? Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see George anywhere, Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God, he's in the suitcase. The first thing she does after taking him out, and I believe you will hear a description by the defendant saying, he took his little legs out. At some point she makes that statement. And tries to resuscitate him. Here's gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out, gurgling. Then the next thing she does is she doesn't call 911. She calls Brian Boone. Who's Brian Boone? Brian Boone is her ex-husband. They share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day for their child that they share in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, they'll co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's that free schedule. And then Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday. And now we've led into Monday, February 24th, 2020. Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant several times that morning because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school every day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part. So you will see in the phone record, he calls her. Then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, 10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right. There's a doorway that you can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen in the breakfast area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, check please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside though, being the good foot nurse that he has been. So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear are tears. What you will not hear is sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake, he's purple, he's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in suspicious deaths, was taken to the 9th District Medical Examiner's office and autopsy. What the doctor found was what you would expect after being left.
Sorry, y'all. Court TV usually has the better sound.
He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, tape shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% and be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, he suffered from blunt force trauma on his torso, in his face, his mouth. She'll use words like contusion, will help her explain contusions and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas, will help her understand for you all that that means bleeding under the skin and blood, what you expect from a bruise, that's why they're running blue. But he had all this additional trauma, and he had trauma on his fingers as well. So now, the sheriff's office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body-worn camera. It's more of the same of what we heard on the 911 call. Hide and seek. It was good. I fell asleep. I don't know what happened. A few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit of the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off of a counter that was found at a suitcase in Mr. Flores, and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boer wasn't even half full. So the description she is saying is 1 bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters of that. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters, so the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are in fact Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class. Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine. So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. 2 little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day. She insists that they had wine, but we're not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoked, did art, listened to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th and 25th. What they are doing, and by they I mean the Orange County Sheriff's Office in part, is going through her phone. That's when they discovered the 2 videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before, but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there. When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before, though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again. She insists that she has no injuries on her, and you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs
Kirsten,
of her.
just like
no injuries
Johnny
on her.
Depp.
She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres's brother, and again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Miss Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces, nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall. January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres. Referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of. And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury in our journey through this case, are all going to come up to a door that says, danger, keep out, stay away, by court order. And that door says, the defendant's history with the victim. It is a door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. Halloween is in like 13 days. Part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your house. Well, participate during this trial. We're going to be invited in to the defendant's past relationship for the previous couple of years. And as we come inside this room, at her beckoning, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on. And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched. I expect the testimony to be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours, and she was only able to escape this situation, and he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who had serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date. It's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these days are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. But, and it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like, I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing her. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps from the curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting, playing around in medical terms. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take the lead of the tour in this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened on February 23rd. Now, like a home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance you may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. Well recognized, the experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that it's not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use for mental health called DSM-5-ER. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. It's text revision, something like that. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all it needs these three elements, like elements of crime. Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You imagine it's a cookbook. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between the experts. It's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent. You will hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, after we've talked about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society, but years ago when this was first being researched, the question would be, well, why wouldn't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome, and the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, the isolation, control, so on and so forth. And that explains why you wouldn't leave. Well, now, but turning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell their house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JVC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I agree with this. You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, kick the tires, do all the things that the box on here, Carfax does. want an expert to get reliable information. The expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story. Even if it's the patient, the client that is saying all these things.
I think that's what they're inferring in the text messages.
Particularly in circumstances that we discussed. Another thing that they're going to tell you is just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two intimate partners.
Oh, they better do better on this sound tomorrow or after the break.
Fight like cats and dogs. That's just their day. They get over it. They live their life to find another day. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the experts will tell you, doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say that it applies to the school. But we'll talk to her about what she relies upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk to her about some other things and take that journey together. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth to the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes, your own two ears, the state admits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule? It has been.
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate y'all being here. I was introduced before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone, along with Tony Henderson and Kevin Beck. Now, this is going to be several days long. Obviously, today, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, we're not sure, but I'm trying to make arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot, and we'll know more probably within the day when we emerge so we can plan. But I know your focus is on this case because you took an oath to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no higher call than to write a name. No higher call than to write a name. And we're going to ask you again. And find Sarah Boone not guilty because she was justified in the force that she used to defend herself. If that force was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres. Sarah Boone and George Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. and that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers.
Hey, 40 gram.
Repeat violence.
Yes, this case is going to last 3 to 4 weeks.
They were together over 3 years. And there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had. And considering her set of circumstances that she was facing.
We've all been waiting patiently, 40 gram. This is just the opening statements.
And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that, all the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October of 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine. And then, of course, there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, is what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to Publix and he got another bottle. I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be the Publix video showing him going in and going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then they'll keep that bottle. Will be in the garbage can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows. This is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle, or she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly. And they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it. And that's how they hold it back and forth. Well, she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other, they smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch, and at some point he says, "I can't breathe." Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know, they're intoxicated, she doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get up. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zipper's on the bottom. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, "Sarah." And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense. You can hear from the medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you, why that happened, what were the circumstances surrounding that, involving a bat. Her son comes and stays with them from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there, and there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah. And he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loved you. You know, you're going to hear why women don't leave. Why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You've got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect.
No.
And, you know, as many of us do when we drink too much, you know, you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. Thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband, really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house, where her son is at, Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly. She calls Brian. Look, what do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. She called 911. She calls 911 within a minute or two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. They got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, and I'm somehow responsible. Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder. And, they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out. And then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars. And it's recorded. You gotta hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to, they have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it and take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. And they find these two videos. Sarah's not aware. She doesn't remember making the video. You can imagine. She gives them the phone. Well, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson is her name, Chelsea Hobson. And they end up, Deputy Hobson was pregnant, or Detective Hobson was pregnant. They said, end up, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. Pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was to tell you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead it was an interrogation, and they were going to arrest her. They made their mind up on it, and they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the two videos. And so there was approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon. When she got there to get her phone, they said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder. And it doesn't happen. But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not. So she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand she has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used. She doesn't, I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there.
She didn't ask for one.
So she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week. The judges will tell you in reading instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility.
He said next week.
They'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the
That's
testimony
pretty fast.
that Sarah Boone did. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's safe. Police are there. So her attitude is not one of distress. We're here today, full packed courtroom. Judge Crane's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime. The first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judge it, to keep an open mind and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences.
I don't know who he's
affect
getting
her
paid by.
perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. and find Sarah Boone not guilty. Because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Okay, so let's talk about this battered women's syndrome. So I don't know how many of you guys are on here that have ever been through DV, as I can't say the real words on YouTube. But yes, it could be possible, right, that you have suffered such abuse for so long that you finally just want to, I mean, like, take that person, make them suffer, what have you. Trust me, I know. But I mean, it's not self-defense anymore if you are not in imminent danger. Like, I can't go back to my ex today and take him out because of the years and years of abuse that I went through from him back when, before my son was born and the years after. I can't go back now, 20 years later.
State, you may call your first witness.
That would make no sense. And she did not leave him. He had numerous opportunities to do so, and she dropped the charges against him lots of times. They both did. But we'll find this all out in this trial. Welcome everyone to the live stream. I just want to say hello. I know a lot of you are not in the chat, so I want to say welcome. My name is Tracy Lee. Welcome to the
Circuit
alternate
Morning, you may be
view.
seated.
Thank you so much
And
for
once
tuning
seated, if
in.
you'd state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, JUANTORRES.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
6 or 7.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Pretty close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Sarah.
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We wouldn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day.
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
And you recognized her voice?
Yes.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, sir.
Mhm.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have one sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
All right, sir, let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020. And that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who,
He called me.
and then y'all were talking, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No. Because I knew when he would drink.
Okay, so in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice, so you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have it. If I can.
You may, sir.
Sir, other than siblings, do your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Actually, we'll keep them subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
State would call Devin Jamro.
At least those people behind the judge get to sit down. I was thinking they were standing this whole time, bless their hearts. But man, he needs that many bodyguards.
Sir, good morning. You could take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's DEVINJAMRO.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir, who do you work for?
I work for Public Supermarkets.
And what is your position with public supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as States D and been shown to defense?
D's in Delta?
D is in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do. Yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near?
He's a Publix assistant manager, Gwen.
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store?
Yep.
They've already been touched by umpteen thousand people.
Identification that states D into evidence?
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as States D will be received into evidence without objection as States 1.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states J and shown to defense?
You may.
So I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes.
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did. Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
Yes.
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 p.m. and another at
I know, right?
5:39 p.m.
Yes.
And they fairly and accurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
They do. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification, the states J, into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as States J will be received into evidence without objection as States 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination?
Yes.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Well, have a great day. That was
State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Joan Williams.
I would hope they
Ma'am, good
weren't.
morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Oh, she's a 911 caller.
Okay, Joan, Joan Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
I'll be right.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
May.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states L into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach momentarily? State, you may call your next witness.
State would call Vincent Battaglia.
I'm back. Now, just so you know, it's in the 70s here, so it's cold. Hi. Hey, Charles.
Sir, you may be seated.
How are you feeling?
After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, Did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Them.
That's Brandon Moats.
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
That
About
is
a
early
year.
for you.
A little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times. Yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It was
was this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever that's out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there.
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time. And I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Could you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like in kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument.
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise. That literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Tagley, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence
Like,
while you were there for the year? Are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Yes, sir, of course.
Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement,
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
a recorded statement?
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
Approach. Objection's overruled for now.
sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, John.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. We've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm over here just talking away. I'm talking to myself. Said the defense just wants anything and everything.
All right, sir. You are released, not subject to recall.
Oh.
Have a great day. Thank you.
I'm gonna say there's like no point in this poor guy. He lives in New Jersey now. Bless his heart.
The state would call Brandon Moats.
Bless you.
Free dragon peacefulness.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State
Whoa.
and spell your name for the record for us.
You almost fell out of that.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDON
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021, 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was in Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school? And
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Just a student.
Did you
Come
have
on.
much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the
So
units?
yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So like the way the apartments were laid out, we had a 1-story apartment, they had a 2-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin. So if people were yelling, you could definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was so like it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on the evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would it have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the 1 floor.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your 2 apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate, I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally, like, it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
He was ready to go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah, I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Okay. Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps to. I was waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying, because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the boom, which was 10 something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing.
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch, and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing, so it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth. Or if it was
Let me
just
ask you this: did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
This guy's like, oh, courtroom. Huh. Hope I never have to come in here for any reason other than what I'm in here for now.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right. All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you. Can the parties approach?
Time for lunch. I'm going to get me some snacks. I'm getting me the HEB has those limited edition Korean barbecue chips. Woo! I'm so excited for those. My sexy man bought me 2 bags. And if y'all are on here and you're not commenting and you don't have a HEB near you, I'm sorry for your luck. Sucks to be y'all. Oh, I do have PB&Js. Thanks for reminding me, Trial Junkies. got juice boxes too. Oh, I swear I'm like a child. Ooh, I got Pocky. I wonder if her lawyers are sneaking her some peppermints. I don't know. The peppermints may not be for her. They might be for them because, you know, she's been in jail. I mean, they might have been like begging for those peppermints for their sake. You know? I mean, yeah, I don't know what the temperature is in good old Houston, Trial Junkies, but it's been in like the 70s here, and I'm not even talking like low 70s. It's been like mid 70s. I went outside yesterday and I was like, oh no, because I was going to go for a nice walk. I was like, ooh, I'll go for a walk. This has been 2
Members
days
of
in
our
a
jury,
row.
thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break.
Take a
I'm
lunch.
going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County
You're getting a
Courthouse.
long lunch.
And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Okay. So that is Sarah Boone. We got through opening statements. We got through the motions. Oh my gosh, y'all. There were so many motions this morning. As you can see, the prosecution won. The defense tried to throw in some giant blown up pictures that they wanted to use in opening statements. And the prosecution was thrown off by that because, as you know, all week long, we have had motion after motion after motion of what was going to be allowed in and what was not as far as evidence was concerned. And this is just more defense tactics to put off this trial even longer. We are sitting on the 18th. Sorry, I have my glasses in my hand. Y'all, it's the 18th. This trial was supposed to start on the 7th. And somehow by some wild God, Mother Nature miracle for Sarah, there was a hurricane that stopped her from having the trial. And then, of course, the defense had more motions. And as I've stated before, she was thrown a Hail Mary pass of a plea deal right at the 11th hour, and she turned that down. She's already been in jail for almost 4-5 years. She would have only had to serve another 5 to 7 years, I believe, of that 22-year sentence if she'd have taken the plea deal. She did not take the plea deal. She believes that she will be found innocent and be acquitted for whatever reason. I am not sure, but I'm keeping an open mind. It does appear that they did argue a lot, and it was loud and volatile, and they were both apparently alcoholics or alcohol abuse syndrome, whatever. They have to make up fancy titles for everything. They're also going to throw in mental health. They're going to throw in self-defense. They're going to throw in battered woman syndrome. They're throwing in everything at the wall to see if it sticks. So we shall see. But now they're on lunch, so we are going to search. I would like to see if there is, they are doing the opening statements in the Delphi trial. I am very on the fence about this trial. We cannot see what's going on in the trial because it is not being televised. So I don't know what is going on, but the opening statements are already going, I believe. And I don't know what I'm waiting for some type of recap of some sort, but we'll watch this.
2017 after luring them to their deaths while they were on a hike not far from their home. After the girls were found dead, investigators released a grainy image of their suspected killer on the tracks. But it would be another 5 years before Allen was arrested and charged with their murders. Jury selection in the trial began on Monday. News Nation's Alex Capriello is following all these developments from the courthouse this week. Alex, this case has taken years to finally reach a trial. Where do things stand now, and what do you expect to hear this morning during opening statements?
Yeah, it's unbelievable that we're finally at this point. Those opening statements scheduled to begin in about 40 minutes from now. The jury that has been called to serve their duty for this trial actually comes from about 2.5 hours northeast in Fort Wayne, but they're going to be sequestered right here in Delphi for the next month while this trial plays out. We already know what some of the evidence we expect to hear during these opening statements from the prosecution, as well as the defensive positions that Richard Allen's attorneys are going to be taking when that evidence is brought to the jury. First and foremost, an unfired bullet found at the scene of the crime. The prosecution says that this is an exact match to the gun that Richard Allen owns, but the defense will claim that since that bullet was never actually fired from the gun, there will be no ballistic evidence that can actually prove that it belonged to Richard Allen. Second, hair that was found on the bodies of those two teenagers found here in Delphi. The defense all this is going to be enough to actually send that guilty verdict home, but the defense will claim that Richard Allen made these confessions under duress while serving several months in solitary confinement, and he did not actually mean what he said during those confessions. We've seen some of those pictures of Richard Allen from prison, and it's very clear to see that he did not handle his prison time very well. This trial expected to last about a month.
Whoa. Marky? I can't imagine how charged that courthouse is going to be through all of this. Alex, I know you had the chance to visit that bridge where the two teens' bodies were eventually found. Tell us what you saw there and what it was like visiting that site.
Yeah, that walking trail, that bridge has seen some major updates since 7 years ago when those two teenagers' bodies were found. First and foremost, it's no longer a gravel trail like we see in that grainy video from earlier where we see the alleged suspect. Now it's actually a paved walkway. That bridge, no longer abandoned railroad tracks, that also has been paved. Perhaps the most important update, though, were these new security cameras that we see actually hovering above that bridge where those two girls were found. Those were recently put in. Also, an increased police presence. In fact, one of the police officers gave us a ride in one of their new golf carts that they use to actually patrol that walkway. They don't want to see anything like this ever happen. Of course, there was evidence that people still remember these two girls. And by the way, of memorials, multiple memorials that we saw, stones, stuffed animals, flowers, with the names Libby and Abby written just about everywhere we saw. Marky.
Yeah, it must have been eerie knowing what happened there, to see that for yourself. Alex Capriella, thank you so much, live from that courthouse this morning. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so I would really like to get you guys' thoughts on what do you think? Do you think Richard Allen is the guy? Do you guys think? Yeah, do you think Richard Allen is the guy? I'm really interested. I knew you were going to say that, Trial Junkies. I knew it. Why do you think Richard Allen is the guy? I mean, I have not seen all the evidence. So I have to see evidence. And since we're not allowed to see the trial or hear the trial or anything, all we're seeing is these snippets coming out of, court TV, Law and Crime, whatever's coming out on the news. I don't know. I'm gonna be the holdout juror, I guess you could say, so far, just based on what I've seen so far. So I don't see. So let me tell you a little bit about fishing poles. So just because they say that the round is an exact match to his fishing pole, doesn't mean that it came from his fishing pole. Well, I want to see the facts. That's what I want to see. I want to see the facts. So, a lot of fishing poles, can carry, and you can use different types of rounds in the same type of fishing pole. So there are some fishing poles that you can use different types of rounds in. So just because that round goes to his fishing pole doesn't mean that it belonged to his specific fishing pole. And like the defense is saying, that round did not get fired from his fishing pole. So, and for those of you guys who are watching, we call GUNS's fishing poles on this channel because YouTube does not allow you to use the words, or else you get dinged on YouTube. And it's harder to be monetized when you say the other words. So I say fishing poles. So if I say they gone fishing, that's what they haven't really gone fishing, but you know what I'm saying. So just because the round matches his fishing pole doesn't mean that it belonged to him. Yeah. Also, the hair that was in one of the girl's hands does not match Richard Allen. Does not mean that Richard Allen wasn't involved. It does not count him out totally. It could mean that there were two people. Okay. So I don't know. Also the confessions. Y'all know how I feel about confessions. Confessions can be coerced. They can be false. He also confessed to doing harm to people that are alive. They're still here. So he confessed to a lot. He did over 60 confessions to things that never happened. So I don't know. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you can't, YouTube has some pretty strict rules. You just have to read the rules, which takes a very long time. So you can watch YouTube rules and regulations. They have videos of what you can and cannot say. I just refuse to say some of the words that they want you to say because like they're not real words. So I just say other words instead that are real words. You're not going to hear me say unalived. Sorry for your luck. I'm not going to say that because that's not real. I'd rather say deceased. That's a real word. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who he is. I don't know anything about this man, to be honest with you, Trial Junkies. I don't know. I don't know anything about the man. I don't know. I don't believe the whole Odin theory, the whole I don't believe in all of that. I don't know what all of that is about. I think that is excuse. I don't know what word I'm looking for. You guys know. You know what word I'm looking for, but I think it's a reach. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know what that is about. I think it is strange. So we'll see. I don't know what we're gonna. Yeah, it's a smokescreen. It's yeah. So if I honestly don't know. I'm literally going into this completely blind. Just hearing what little bits and pieces have been coming out on obviously YouTube, because that's pretty much all I watch. So I don't know. I would like to hear what the trial is going to have in it, but unfortunately we're still just going to hear clips, recaps from the trial from Court TV and other news outlets. So I don't know what we're going to hear, and I don't know what evidence is going to be allowed in or out of the trial, because we're not going to get to see it. And even if we were going to get to see it, we would only still be getting what the judge allows and doesn't allow. As you can see, for prime example, the Sarah Boone trial, they filed motion after motion after motion of what they wanted in and what they wanted out, and what the judge would allow in and what the judge would allow out. I mean, so you could have all the evidence in the world, but if the judge doesn't allow it, then, okay. So, yeah, I don't know. And does the voice sound the same? I don't know. I don't think I've really paid attention, honestly, to him speaking, and the voice on the phone. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know anything about Richard Allen. This would be one of those that I could definitely go into with a complete. I could probably be on this jury with no problem, because I don't know enough about this case to have one way or the other opinion. It would be completely like that. I don't have any swaying of one way or the other, to be honest. It would be all brand new to me. I remember the incident, but I don't know anything. Yeah, see, I don't even know any of that. I don't know any of that, Gwen. I wouldn't know anything. I just know that these two girls went for a walk and they never came home. Other than that, I have no clue. So, it's very sad. Yeah, see, you guys know way more than I do. Everyone has mental illness, you guys. What the heck? We all have mental illness. But does that, what does that mean? What the heck? Like, I'm just going to be real with you guys. I'm kind of over this mental illness excuse. Like, does that mean that we're all able to go out and do something to someone and just be like, oh, I have mental illness, so that makes it okay? I mean, I'm sorry. I just think the mental illness thing is getting abused and overused. Take it for what it's worth. Sorry. Pray more. I don't know. They're already locked up, but I have my own. Although don't tell him, but I can't find it. That's really bad. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where it is. I had it in one of my purses, one of my clutches, I don't know where it is. I hide stuff from myself. It's really bad. And my memory sucks. I had an at-home doctor visit the other day and she gave me a memory test. Y'all, I failed that thing. I'm glad. Actually, she told me to remember these words and she was like, I'm going to ask you, remember these words. I'm going to ask you before I leave. Thank God she didn't ask me before she left because I forgot those words. Woo! She probably would have put me in a loony bin. I know I need to find it before he asks me where it is. He's going to ask me. And be like, where is it? And we're like, oh, crap. And he's not just going to ask me where. He's going to be like, let me see it. And we're like, oh, gosh. No, Neo luckily has no opposable thumbs. Mike hates when I talk about him on my channel, by the way. He can't stand it. Oh my goodness. He hates that you guys know that he loves Bigfoot. And he can't stand that. I tell him I'm like, oh, you should hear what my viewers say about you. He's like, they shouldn't be saying anything about me because they shouldn't know anything about me. I'm like, but they all love you. Apparently, I speak so highly of you that they all love you. And he's like, stop talking about me. Yeah, he can't stand it. And I'm like, but everyone loves you. I do. I love aliens because they're so cool. And I think they exist. I know they exist because I think that we would be too egotistical of a race to believe that aliens don't exist. I believe that God made everything in his image. And I believe that God obviously made aliens because why is my screen blurry? I don't know. Let me see. Sometimes it does this weird. Is it still blurry? Sometimes it does this weird blurriness. I think I need to get an actual camera. I'm using my computer camera. I can turn the toddler trial on if you want me to. I can do that. I can turn the toddler trial on. Still blurry. I'm still blurry. That's fine. That means my face is not good to look at right now.
Did you give that camera or the SD card in it or both to the FBI?
Yes, have y'all seen this toddler trial?
They could do any more than you were able to do it?
Yes, sir, I did.
I don't know.
And you mentioned it's not
I
designed.
need an
for
actual camera.
outdoor use. Is it an indoor
'Cause-
camera?
It's an indoor camera.
And is it something like it had been put up by the manager to deter illegal dumping?
Is that
That's
better?
what she explained to me.
Okay. Just to be clear, was this
No, I was
something-
actually on the
we
highest
watched a bunch of
resolution.
video from like the commercial system at the property management office, right?
Right.
And all those cameras.
I just lowered
work
it. Is that better?
Barring the timestamp issue. Was this camera a part of or tied into?
No, I don't. I'm really trying to save money.
No, sir, it was not.
Something totally different.
Yes.
And you guys took it and
I
did
paid
what you-
all my bills off,
We did
Kyle
what we could
Junkies.
with it. Yes, sir.
But
Should
you
be very
were
proud of me.
not able to recover any footage from it from the night of the 4th.
I was not. No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, thank you. You may step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, is it better? I changed the thing. You got like 5 seconds. Okay, now they're breaking for lunch. Okay, I reduced the resolution actually, so maybe that's why. Maybe my oh girl, you can see all my gray hairs. Yeah, I'm in HD. What's I'm in high definition. The other one I was in full 1080. That's the 1080. Okay, I'm going to look for a camera that matches my an Apple. Okay, so the toddler trial is on lunch. Okay, I don't want to watch this trial that's going on, but have y'all heard about the babysitter and the dog that deceased the child that she was babysitting? Apparently she had the dog in another room and the dog broke through the door and took that little child's life. I don't want to watch that because I love animals, and to me, there's no such thing as a bad animal. They're bad owners. So even my little snot bucket Neo, I'm glad that the owner is being held accountable. But I know that they ended up probably putting that dog down. But I just can't imagine losing your child that way, or anybody, anything like that happening to anyone. So, but I don't want to see that, because I just know animals aren't like that unless they're not taken care of properly. But on the other hand, animals are it's in their nature. But dogs have been domesticated for a very, very long time. So cats, on the other hand, even though they have been domesticated, they're still wild. And they do try to kill you. Especially in your sleep. I have owned cats. I've had cats in my life. I've taken care of cats. I had a cool cat when I was a kid. Well, my family did. His name was Feedback. It was a cool cat. It was beautiful. A beautiful gray cat. He was really cool. And then Seth had a cat, and his name was Sylvester, or was it Tuxedo? Well, I didn't own it. It wasn't mine. He just lived with us. But Seth had a kitty cat. I think his name was Top Cat. His name was Top Cat. He loved that cat. Oh my gosh, he loved that cat. And I can't remember what happened to Top Cat. Sylvester Top Cat, I think his name was. Anyway, I think his grandmother ran over the cat, if I remember. But that boy cried and cried and cried for a very long time. Yeah. He looked like a Sylvester. He had a tuxedo coloring. He was a cool cat. Seth loved that cat. That cat actually lived in my apartment with us till my landlord found out, and we got in trouble and he had to go back to his grandma's house. Yeah, trust me, that grandma. Don't even get me started on her. That brings back trauma. Yes, but anyway. So yeah. What was his name again? Top Cat. See? Good thing that doctor didn't ask me for the words she told me, because I wouldn't have remembered them. I already forgot the dang cat's name. Okay, so it might be. I don't know. Maybe StreamYard is it on YouTube? That it's because it's clear on my thing. It's not clear on YouTube. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me? So StreamYard. I see. Why? It is not clear on YouTube. Why is it like that? That's so yucky. All right. Let's see. Okay. I will work on it. Let me see. Oh, that's a... Nope, still blurry. Okay. Oh, God, that's worse. That's much worse. Okay. Okay, so it definitely has to do with StreamYard's connection. And YouTube. So let me see. Hold on. Let me see if there's something I can do. Nope, that didn't help. Okay. Oh gosh, no, that's way worse. Okay. No. Okay. I don't get it. Okay, I have it on the highest HD on YouTube and on StreamYard. All right, well, I will, thanks for pointing that out, Trial Junkies. I will, yeah, it's not great. It's much clearer on StreamYard, so I will figure that out. I'm going to do some research and work on that. So thanks for pointing it out. Oh, God, it looks terrible. Man, I hate that the picture is that blurry. But, you know, once the trial starts back, no one's going to care what I look like. They're just watching the trial. So, okay, everybody, I'm going to put something on. Actually, I'm going to put one of my videos on that you guys can watch, people can watch, so they can stay on my channel. So I'm going to post a video that people can watch while everybody's gone to lunch. And I'm going to eat me my PB&J and some Korean barbecue chips. So you guys enjoy this video. Hello and welcome to the alternate point of view. Yamseo, all my beautiful people. How are you doing today? So, woo, it has been a hot minute since I have been on here, but welcome to everyone. Welcome all my OGs and welcome to everyone who is new. I am super excited to be back. It has been a while. I apologize for not being here, but here I am. Sorry, I just want to start out with, I hope that anyone who is out there struggling with epilepsy knows what to do. If you have anyone or you yourself are struggling with epilepsy, please know that I know how that feels. I myself have epilepsy. My mother has epilepsy. So it is just something that I live with, but it is something that, you have to focus on and think about, and you never know when it's going to happen and that kind of stuff. And it's just something that takes me out for several days. And unfortunately, my seizures have been happening more and more often. So here I am. I'm back. Also, I want to send out a prayer to all of the hurricane victims and survivors and their families, my friends, everyone on the southeast coast that have been, just going through all of this, my friends that have lost a lot, their homes, a lot of things. It's just really sad. And there are just more and more hurricanes coming. It is hurricane season, but this is a really rough one. So I just, I hope that everyone is doing what they can to support each other. This is a time when we all really need to come together and, praise God that the Milton did not turn out to be a Cat 5. So I just want to say, glory be to God for that. And I appreciate that so much, that it didn't turn out to be as bad, but it was still a hurricane. So, but there are small blessings. So today's episode is about, of course, Michael Jackson Bolanos. And the reason we are having this episode is because Fox 2 News Detroit did a two-part, about 10-minute episodes about Michael Jackson Bolanos. And I want to preface this because we're going to go over these two-part 10-minute episodes that the reporter, and I say that term loosely, even though she has a claim to fame of winning 6 Emmys while she's been with Fox up in Detroit. She is a graduate of Michigan University, University of Michigan, whichever, whatever. She is a very well educated, all white bread girl, or as she says, I think this is a pretty good quote, close enough quote, as she states in her DNA does not have any Black in her, as it was stated in a conversation that she had as she was steadily stalking Tierra White, trying to get an exclusive with her when it was explained to her that she did not understand what this situation was like at all, because she had no understanding of what it was like to be a Black man plucked up off the street. And as you've seen in my last videos, and as you'll see in one of the videos that she actually had the nerve to post in her story, that she claimed was Michael Jackson Bolanos on the video. And I too have posted this very same video footage and showing you that you can't tell who this person is. But Taryn Asher herself goes on the news and says, this is Michael Jackson Bolanos. all Taryn Asher is doing is trying to make a name for herself, as with most reporters or news anchors or whatever you want to call them. But these people today are not reporters. They are not investigative reporters. They are not news anchors. They are just faces to put on the screen to give you all the propaganda and misinformation that you can possibly get. I have, from the beginning, always wanted justice for Samantha Wall, because I have felt that this has been the most horrendous crime. Obviously, there are much worse crimes out there that happen, but what happened to Samantha is awful to me because there is no justice. There is no investigation. There was no investigation because the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, took this immediately and they covered it up immediately. And if you look at video footage, and it's going to be shown in this very thorough deep dive that Taryn Asher did in 2 10-minute stories that she covered about this crime. And in the first one, you're going to see, and I'm going to break it down for you, how well she did looking into this and how it was so one-sided. And rather than really do some investigating and digging, she completely just wanted to do a story. And how convenient that it was done around the anniversary of the Hamas invasion of Israel. So let's talk about it. So let's look at the first video that Taryn Asher did on Michael Jackson Bolanos. And we will play this video. And I'm going to be stopping and pausing.
A serene sidewalk in Detroit, tucked into a part of the city known for peaceful streets and tree-lined neighborhoods, almost insulated from chaos and crime.
They turned around, and then that's what happened. My husband was just out walking our dog.
Until it wasn't.
He told me there is a person, essentially a body, laying on the sidewalk.
It was a total state of disbelief.
In the early morning hours of October 21st, a neighbor found Samantha Wohl stabbed to death, lying on the sidewalk in front of her Detroit home. No witnesses, no explanation, and no one, especially her family, could imagine who would do such a thing.
I still didn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it until I saw her.
Detroit police launched a
Okay, so let's just talk about this right here. So let's talk about this entire thing. So first of all, she starts off the story as if Detroit has a little Mayberry in the middle of the city. Okay, as if Detroit has this little spot in it that is crime-free and it's perfectly hidden and nothing ever happens there. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but during the trial, they actually talked about how many break-ins were happening in that area. So Taryn Asher makes it sound like this area of Detroit is squeaky clean and, oh my gosh, not in this neighborhood, nothing ever happens. And then I want you to also look at what's happening here, with these police officers. Now, this is the crime scene that's taped off, okay? And you see these police officers, no booties on their feet, okay? And they're just walking all over the place, okay? And they too are also wearing North Face jackets, in case you haven't noticed. They are also wearing North Face jackets. So they should know, right, just by wearing North Face jackets, how a North Face jacket works. They should know how repellent they are, or if they absorb anything, or if they put their hands in their pockets, as you can see. And you'll see this in the later videos that I do of Michael walking down the street with his hands in his pockets, how easily transferable for such a bloody crime scene. How in the world he didn't get blood all over him if he were the one who did this. So let's keep listening to what Taryn has to say.
Massive investigation involving Michigan State Police and FBI investigators who questioned more than 100 people in Samantha's personal and professional life. But they say evidence eventually led them to this man, Michael Jackson Bolanos.
How were you feeling as you headed into that trial? Did you think?
We were 1000% confident that this person would be convicted. The prosecutors and police appropriately told us they've never had this much evidence against somebody.
After a month-long trial, the jury could.
Okay, so that's where they messed up. This is a huge mess up on the prosecutor and the police department's end, and why they were 1000% confident that he would be found guilty is because as I have done my research, okay, you guys, the reason why they were 1000% confident, okay, is because Dana Nessel is the Attorney General. Okay, Samantha Wall worked on Dana Nessel's campaign. She's the one, and a major one, that a reason that Dana Nessel got elected. Okay, Elisa Slockton is one of the main reasons that Samantha Wall is one of the main reasons that Elisa Slockton got elected. Also, there are things that happened, and I've said this in other videos. Ryan Elsey, the lead prosecutor on this case, is no longer a prosecutor in Detroit because he was promoted to work at the DOJ. Also, many of these Detroit detectives and police officers and crime scene workers are now working at the DOJ. So this isn't a coincidence, you guys. This isn't a coincidence. This case, if you want to look at Detroit PD's murder solve rate, unless they catch someone literally red-handed, is not high. It's not high at all. Okay. They literally went from on the day of this happening, within the first 24 hours, they had a press conference where they literally said they had a suspect that they were not willing to name and tell the relationship between Samantha and the suspect, but they were confident in their investigation, and they were confident that this was not a danger to anyone in Detroit, that this was someone that obviously she knew, or someone close to Samantha, because it was not a break-in. There was no signs of forced entry. So they were not even looking at Michael Jackson Bolanos. They were not even looking outside of her circle, actually, from the beginning. And the reason why the Michigan State Police and the FBI were involved in the first place was because they thought this could possibly be an anti-Semitic crime due to the Hamas and Israel invasion. Okay, so that quickly went away, and that is when Dana Nessel got involved, and that is when all of a sudden people's jobs were being kind of like, hey, poke the bear, let's get this solved ASAP. All right. So you can look it up yourself. Ryan Elsey now works for the DOJ. He literally went into this trial knowing this was going to be his last trial as a district attorney for Detroit, because he was getting promoted to the DOJ. But Taryn Asher does not know that because Taryn Asher, and if she does know it, she didn't say anything about that because she, if she did an investigation, won't say that on Fox 2 News in Detroit because, well, I mean, she's a part of the machine there in Detroit. Why would she do any actual investigating and any actual storytelling in Detroit? Because that would, well, that would kind of mess up her gig. And her husband's already been fired from a very prominent news station there in Detroit, and he can't get a job anywhere else. I mean, he's doing a Facebook show of his own, you know? So, I mean, he can't get a job anywhere else because he doesn't play well with others. So Taryn seems to be the only one. And as far as I can tell, she's not doing such a hot job getting her scoop because she can't get anyone to talk to her. And she's biased, very, very biased in her storytelling. So if she really wanted to help Detroit or do anything to help anyone there, she would try to figure out what's going on in Detroit and why are these things happening and why are people being falsely imprisoned and falsely accused in Detroit. And how did the Detroit Police Department get this case solved so quickly and put on Michael Jackson Bolanos so quickly when they supposedly already had a suspect? Why doesn't she look into that? She's not going to. You know why? Because again, she's part of the machine.
Couldn't be convinced Michael Jackson Bolanos killed Samantha Wool, even though he was captured on camera near Samantha's
And there's
home
the video.
minutes before her murder.
Here's the video. Who is that? Who is that? Now, this is, what does she say? Captured on video near her home. I'm going to keep playing this because this is going to show you. This isn't in the parking lot of Samantha's home. This is not in the parking lot of her home. This is near in a whole different park.
Happened to be carrying a knife
when they arrested him. Now, she doesn't finish saying what the arrest was for. They did not arrest him this day for, let me explain this. They did not arrest him on this day for Samantha. This was a completely different situation. Actually, he was not under arrest. He was being detained. And let me explain to you guys again what the difference between being detained and being under arrest is. So apparently, cops can detain you without giving you your rights, just so they can have some time to see if they can dig up enough evidence against you to pin you for whatever it is they're investigating at the moment. And if they can't find enough evidence against you, then they have to let you go. But they can detain you for whatever they want. It's at their leisure. They say they can have probable cause, but probable cause means, oh, I think this guy did it, so I'm going to detain him until I find enough evidence. Oh, darn, I didn't get enough evidence. I got to let him go. So we'll just keep on trying to figure out enough evidence to put on this guy until we can arrest him. So yes, that is the difference between detaining and arrest. Detaining, they don't have to read you your rights. Arrest, they do. So yeah, she didn't finish this story. He was carrying a knife. He's allowed to carry a knife. Anyone can carry a knife. You can carry a knife. It is the police officer's fault who patted him down before they detained him, who didn't find the knife. Michael Jackson Bolanos didn't walk up into the police station with a knife on him with the intent to hurt anyone or anything. He had it on him. They didn't find it. They just told him, hey, empty your pockets. And he did. And there it was.
When he was arrested, and her blood was discovered on his jacket.
Yes. So the blood on the jacket. The blood on the jacket, as I stated before, was the size of the tip, barely the tip of an ink pen, the tip of a threading needle. Okay. It was so microscopically small that they had to lift it and do all kinds of testing to get this microscopic amount of blood off of his jacket. And so microscopic, and this blood was a mixture of blood. It was 68% Samantha's, 34% someone else's, another male. Another male. I'm sorry. 64% Samantha's and 30. I'm really bad at math, but anyway, it was a mixture. Okay. It was almost 60-40. Okay. Basically, it was mixed with someone else's blood, another male person's blood, not Michael's. Okay. That's enough right there to tell you that whose blood is it? Whenever there is a stabby stab, okay, normally the person doing the stabby stab will end up cutting themselves as well, and that blood gets mixed in. What the police did not do in this crime scene was they did not test all of the abundant amount of blood. They tested a Q-tip size amount from the wall in the hallway, the ground in the hallway, the door in the living room, and off of Samantha and off of Michael's jacket. That's it. They didn't take the entire, like, normally you would cut out the wall, you would take the entire door, you would do things. There's things you would do with a scene that spread out, that massive. You would want to be sure that you got it all. But you can already see in the pictures that the cops are walking around with no booties on. They're walking the entire perimeter of the sidewalk. And there was supposedly blood all up and down the sidewalk, but they didn't test that. They didn't test any of that. And you'll notice Mr. Leprechaun cop, little redhead guy, supposedly walked into her apartment, and he supposedly tiptoed around all the blood, even though he was only using his flashlight on his fishing pole, only using the flashlight on his, that's it. So how did he see all the blood? How could he know that he didn't step in anything? So let's keep going with her amazing journalism.
I don't know anything about the woman. And he even admitted he lied to police about everything until he took the stand.
Okay, so he did not lie to police about everything. See, this is where she's bundling up everything. What Michael Jackson Bolanos lied about was he lied about seeing her. He lied about the fact of what he was doing that night, okay? Because if you were out doing something you weren't supposed to do and you're talking to the police, are you going to sit there and go, yeah, I was out doing that? Especially if it was something that you have already been in trouble with before. You're not going to go out and tell the police, yep, that's what I was doing, because you do not want to get charged with that. Also, it's the cops, man. The cops are going to do whatever it takes to get you to confess to something that you did not do. As you can see, if you watch the entire interrogation video, these cops are trying to trap him into saying something that he did not do. He did not lie about everything. He did not. He did go for a walk that night. He did not lie about that. He did pawn the sunglasses. He did not lie about that. He said he was checking cars. He did not lie about that. He said he was walking in downtown Detroit all night. He did not lie about that. He said he was staying at his girlfriend's house and staying in his car. He did not lie about that. He said he had a job and he was working at a place. He did not lie about that. He said he did not lie about a lot. He did not lie about everything. She is lying about everything because she is trying to make a story sound good for her, because she is trying to win another award on lies, on a bed of lies, because she is not a reporter. She is not an investigative reporter. That is for sure.
Not guilty. A verdict that gutted a family, stunned police and prosecutors, and something no one was expecting. And then
Everyone
another
was
blow.
expecting.
During sentencing, Wayne County Circuit Court Judge Margaret Van Houten dismissed the charges that hung the jury. which meant Michael Jackson Bolanos could not be retried.
That was a blessing in disguise.
A decision the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office has filed to appeal, and if not reversed, could prevent Samantha's family from ever getting justice. More on that in a moment, but first, what went wrong? The prosecution had so much evidence. The trial lasted more than a month.
In my experience, if you present too much evidence to a jury, the jury gets bored with that and they get confused and they can't focus on the trees when they're looking through this gigantic forest.
But according to the foreman, the jury was stuck on Samantha's ex-boyfriend. That's him, Jeffrey Herbsman, calling 911 from a West Michigan hotel parking lot because he claimed he was having a panic attack brought on by a double dose of Auvelity, a major depression drug, and 4 hits of pot.
Do you have any weapons or anything on you? I'm going to put pizza on my car. Okay, like a pocket knife or what's your name?
Panic attacks is one of Auvelity's side effects, but could it cause this convoluted confession?
I'm convinced that a man murdered my girlfriend and I don't remember it. Where's your girlfriend stay at? She lives in Detroit. Okay. What makes you think that you killed her?
Detroit police had already questioned Herbsman shortly after Samantha's murder, but investigators heard that bizarre confession and headed straight to Kalamazoo to question the ex. They also searched for evidence everywhere inside and outside his Detroit house, including the fire pit, surrounding cameras, and his phone.
That's a lie. They did not look in the fire pit. She's a liar. She did not do her proper due diligence. When the detectives went to Kalamazoo, they let him call his parents. She did not include the fact that he called his parents because they had already hired a week prior. They had already spoken to a criminal defense attorney. He already had a criminal defense attorney lined up for him for this very moment when he was going to call 911 and confess to killing Samantha. And the medication that he took causes these manic episodes only if, and anyone can look this up, you can look at my other videos. I have already been over this medication. And Samantha's family is a family of doctors. She has friends that are doctors, and they should all know this as well. But here's the thing. I'm going to say this about Samantha's family. I feel very, very, very sorry for her family, and I pray for them every day. I pray that they find justice. I also pray that, they will understand that what they are doing is turning a blind eye to justice. And I know Lady Justice is blind, but they are truly, truly blind, because this medication does not cause this manic episode. And for them to have more sympathy for a man who actually confessed to killing her. But this medication does not cause this manic episode unless you are actually diagnosed with bipolar, which Jeffrey is not. He's just depressed. So you don't have this manic panic disorder unless you are diagnosed with bipolar. And you don't confess to murder just out of the clear blue sky because of medication. This mental health, this whole use of I have a mental health issue or whatever is being way overused in these trials. I am not discrediting people's mental health issues. by any means. Everyone has some type of mental health issue, but it is continuously being used as a reason to get away with murder. That's what it is. It's a reason to get out of it. It's an excuse. And for her family to fall for that, and for her family to actually say the words, how dare people use mental health as a reason to put Jeffrey out there like that and use his mental health issues. I'm sorry. How dare people use the fact that Michael is Black and has done something wrong in his past as an excuse to put him on trial for taking someone's life? That's a far cry. So no, Anya, does not make sense. But let's continue down her wonderful investigative story.
Detectives say they found nothing incriminating.
That key, by the way, that key, let's go back to this key. So now he has a North Face jacket, almost identical to Michael's, with a hood. He has the very same North Face jacket. It's virtually like, come on. And the key that was found on Jeffrey's table.
But what if Herbsman was able to outsmart investigators? What if he left his phone at home?
He left his phone at home. Yes.
A seed of doubt planted by defense.
Could it be Herbsman? I don't know. It looks very similar to me. It looks very similar to me. This person running from the scene looks very similar to Jeff Herbsman. Haircut, glasses, even the coat he's wearing.
Attorney Brown argued that if the man on surveillance at 1:24 a.m. was Herbsman, he could have stabbed Samantha and fled. This was the last motion detected in her home until 4:20 a.m., when she may have regained consciousness, struggled to escape before collapsing on the sidewalk.
I mean, you could see the optics probably when someone maybe seems like they're confessing to something and then they're granted this some sort of immunity. It did seem a bit odd why they were ruled out so quickly.
And Mr. Herbsman wasn't ruled out immediately. There was a very long and thorough investigation into his involvement in this case prior to any use immunity being granted to him by the prosecutor's office.
For the first time, we are hearing from Detroit Police lead investigator on the case, Lieutenant Matthew Bray, who tells me this man captured on surveillance was running.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. That is not the lead investigator. Okay, Detective Trooper Stockmeyer is the lead investigator. She has been on this case from the beginning. That guy has not been on this case up until 2 weeks before the trial was ending. He got the case. He got the case because Detective Trooper Stockmeyer was out on leave from having a baby. This guy was just handed the case. He has no idea what was done throughout this case. And if you watch the trial, you'll see how many people literally pass the buck off to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. Everyone had a job to do in this case, and everyone's job was different. Everyone's job was different, from looking at video, from testing the DNA, from picking up a straw, from literally checking a blade of grass. I mean, like, literally everyone had a different job. This guy is not the lead investigator. He doesn't have a clue. And then she's going to say that they checked video, that they looked at video from where this guy was going, and they say that he went in a different direction. Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean? I will tell you, because I investigated. The prosecution did not turn over any of this video to the defense. The prosecution did not turn over any video from Lafayette Towers because this person was headed in the direction of Lafayette Towers. The FBI did, in fact, get video from Lafayette Towers, but the prosecution did not hand that over. As a matter of fact, when the defense questioned all of the policemen, all of the detectives about, did you get video of this person? Did you request video from Lafayette Towers? Every single one of them said, so-and-so was supposed to get it. So-and-so was supposed to get it. And then when they would question so-and-so and so-and-so, they would say, oh, that person must be mistaken. It wasn't me. Literally, no one knew where that video was. No one said they researched all the footage and never saw this person again. That's not what they said. That's not what they said on the stand. That's not what they said. They said they didn't get the video. But I did my research and I found out that for a fact, they did get the video. They did not turn that video over to the defense. So another fail on Taryn Asher's part. So even if this person was going in another direction, well, duh, of course they're going to go in the opposite direction. Of course they're going to go somewhere else. And who is this person? Do you know who this person is? Do you think for 1 second that Kim Worthy would allow the prosecution to match this shadow to this? Do you even think that Kim Worthy would allow this person to be identified as anyone? No, because you can't tell who either one of these people are. But she sure did for Michael.
Away toward the park. They checked every camera in the area and never spotted that person again.
Why was he so important to the trial, though? If he didn't do it and he sort of confessed and he had some mental issues, I mean, why even bring him into it?
So it's important for us to demonstrate to the jury why we know and why we believe him not to be the person involved in this incident. To exclude that information would leave a gaping question for the jury.
It was all aroused in order to
Maintain the timeline from the defense doesn't add up. It wasn't a crime of passion. It was a crime of opportunity gone wrong.
A fatal mistake, but everybody makes mistakes and everybody forgets to do something sometimes. And we've all left our door unlocked when we didn't mean to. And no one expects to be killed for it.
In the early morning hours of October 21st, prosecutors claim Samantha returned from a wedding.
So this is where she was found, right here. And even her family is clearly not offended by the prosecutor's opening statement of victim blaming. Even her own family doesn't care that Ryan Elsey blamed Samantha for leaving her door unlocked. He said wide open, but look at this. Look at the doors. Okay. This door was not open. There is an interior door. Okay. There's an interior door. It is dark, you guys. Would you notice if her interior door was open? If you're someone walking around at night, would you notice? This is her door right here. Would you notice if her interior door was open? If you have a black storm door, would you notice? And all of a sudden just want to go in and you're in a parking lot. You're not even in a parking lot where you can see. You're not even in her parking lot. You're in an adjacent parking lot. But you just suddenly see this door. Come on.
Changed and vaped outside, but didn't completely close the door. Evidence showed she relaxed on the couch, texted, and started Netflix at 1:24 a.m. Her phone went into idle mode and she fell asleep.
3:52 a.m. I saw this individual in the parking lot west of the school.
This individual, Jackson Bolano, spotted. You can see it exactly 4 a.m., about 150 feet from Samantha's place, where he later admitted he was stealing from cars. That school surveillance camera caught Michael Jackson Bolanos in this parking lot checking for unlocked cars. Police believe he went from here to Joliet Place and found Samantha Walls house
even in
door
her. How would
unlocked.
you see?
The prosecution claims at 4:20 a.m. he enters, startling Samantha from her sleep on the couch. They struggle. He panics and grabs a knife, stabs her 8 times, mainly in the back of her head and neck, as if she's trying to get away. The next time we see Jackson Bolanos on video is 4:23 a.m. And
In 1 minute, he supposedly walked. Maybe walked, but whatever. This is an 8 to 10 minute quarter mile.
In that area, I did not hear nothing. I did not see nothing out the room. I see security and got the home.
ADT testified the motion detector was triggered at 4:20 and stayed in idle mode until 4:22, giving Jackson Bolanos 2 minutes to stab his victim and 1 minute and 25 seconds to reach the corner of Chrysler and Monroe, about a quarter mile away. Police tested the route from that night at different speeds and learned walking and running, like the suspect was seen doing that night, took the same amount of time.
No, it doesn't. So FYI, that has been tested and proven wrong. Again, Taryn Asher did not do any investigating whatsoever. Maybe she could have her husband, who has nothing else to do, to go run and walk that and see if he can do it in a minute. Let's see if he can do it. Maybe if Taryn Asher were a real investigative journalist, she could find that out herself. I mean, she's lost a ton of weight. Maybe she could go run it and figure it out. Maybe she could do it. I don't know, but I know because I've done the investigating, it can't be done. Okay. Maybe if you are Usain Bolt or, you know, an Olympic runner, you can do it, but no.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
But did he? Did he tell the truth? Remember his jacket that DNA testing revealed only had trace amounts of Samantha's blood on it? Well, turns out his girlfriend washed the jacket he wore that night before it was seized by investigators and tested by forensic scientists. Tomorrow at 10, the details of this case when the girlfriend made the decision it did, and what it will take now for the family to get justice.
Taryn, this is a woman who means so much to her family, but to this community. And this investigation and your story has a lot of eyes on it for that reason. We'll look forward to your report tomorrow.
Hope so.
Taryn, good work.
Good work, Taryn. No, it's not. Terrible work, Taryn, because you're a liar. She did zero investigating for this. Zero. She wanted this story so badly, you guys. You have no idea. She did not get what she wanted, which was an interview with whom she wanted it. So she went around, and when you see the second video of what she has done, you will realize that she is out for herself. Taryn Asher is not a reporter. She is not an investigative journalist. She is a greedy, selfish person who only spews what basically all media outlets spew, and that is lies. And it is only to do what she needs to do to further her own career. She does not care about who she hurts. She does not care about Samantha Wall. She does not care about the Wall family. She does not care about the injustice being done in Detroit. She does not care about Detroit. She only cares about herself and keeping her cushy job because, like I said, her husband can't hold down a job. So yeah, she has to do what she has to do to keep that anchor position she's got. So she thinks that this story is going to keep her there. But unfortunately for Taryn Asher, she is not a reporter. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She doesn't know the story. She has no idea. And because she's not trustworthy, and because she stalks people and harasses people to try to get a story, that's why she didn't get the truth. That's why she doesn't know the truth. That's why she doesn't have any idea what she's talking about, and all she's doing is spewing lies, because she is not approachable. She is not friendly. She is not trustworthy. She is none of those things. Do you know how she talks to people? She literally talks to people and says, I'm Taryn Asher. Like, don't you know who I am? That's how she talks to people. That's how she thinks you're going to talk to her. That's how she thinks she's going to get an exclusive from you, is by throwing her name out there and saying, I'm Taryn Asher. You should talk to me. No. She has zero sympathy for the people of Detroit, zero sympathy for what is going on in Detroit, zero sympathy for what has happened to Samantha Wall. And she had zero sympathy for who really did this. If Taryn Asher cared one iota about this case and what was happening, she would be digging into where the money trail is for that synagogue. She would be digging into the judge, the DA's office. If she wanted a real story, she would be digging into the 990s of the Gilbert Family Foundation, of the Fisher Foundation. She would be doing some real investigating, but she hasn't. I have all the paper trail, but Taryn doesn't, because Taryn's not a real investigator. She's not a real journalist. But let's look at her next story that she covers on the same topic, where she does more lies.
Chaos and crime.
They turned around alarm, and then that's what happened. My husband was just out laying on the sidewalk.
Young woman killed in cold blood. Detroit police zeroed in on a suspect for the murder of Samantha Woll, but the trial went south. The jury did not convict. A big sticking point, the victim's blood, or lack thereof, on the jacket worn that night by the suspect, Michael Jackson Bolanos. What many don't know, his girlfriend washed that jacket before police tested it for evidence. A common black water-resistant jacket like this, because it was in the hamper, she said. Now think about it. How often do you wash your Gore-Tex jacket? Could that explain why only a trace amount of Samantha's blood was discovered on it? What haunts you the most?
The fact she's not here. I'd like to talk to her. I'd like to hug her. I'd like to see her.
Good morning, Detroit. How wonderful it is to be here celebrating with all of you. Thank you very much, Mayor Duncan.
For the Woll family, watching video of Samantha brings cherished memories and a sense of pride, seeing her speak in front of the Detroit synagogue, now named in her honor. Nearly a year after her murder, their pain lingers, knowing it's just a matter of months before the only suspect in the case will walk free.
This is not someone who is a goody two-shoes who should be walking on the streets. This person is going to harm someone else.
Which I think is the crux of the case. We have a gentleman who says that he's never met this woman a day in her life, never touched her, never seen her, and he has to explain why that blood is on his jacket.
So how did Michael Jackson Bolanos get Samantha Woll's blood on his jacket and backpack? He claimed he never saw that woman that night, insisting he wasn't even in the area.
I don't know this woman. I don't know anything about the woman.
Then why did his internet search history show him constantly checking the status of the murder case and police scanner apps? And remember the other suspect, ex-boyfriend Jeffrey Herbsman? Turns out the same day he was released from police custody, Mr. Jackson Bolanos searched for a same-day passport.
Did you intend to buy a passport and flee the country?
No, the same day passport was for.
Okay, so the searches. All right, so first of all, he was not searching for what happened, like looking for evidence about him. Okay, the story was being covered. It was a big deal in Detroit. A lot of people were looking that up. I'm a crime YouTuber. I look up stuff all the time on my phone about what's going on. Also the scanner. Okay. He is out doing stuff that he wasn't supposed to be doing. So yes, he had a scanner on his phone. A lot of people have the scanner app on their phone because he is a felon, unfortunately. So you want to make sure, unfortunately, that you aren't having stuff happen or things you're not being looked out for. Also, you're a black man in Detroit. Look what just happened to him. And as far as the same day passport, okay, so she didn't tell you that he did look up a passport prior to the Halloween party they had to go to. Okay, he was looking up like a fake passport, a passport. Also, he's a music producer. He manages musicians. He was looking for a passport in case he ever had to go anywhere for his musicians. That also, she did not play that part of the testimony in this video. But he was looking up passports in case he had to go anywhere. He didn't know. He didn't know if he could get a passport quickly. And he wasn't looking up a passport because Jeffrey Herbstman confessed. Because you know why? Because they didn't announce that Jeffrey Herbstman confessed. They didn't say Jeffrey Herbstman confessed. They didn't say anything. They said they had a possible suspect that they released. They didn't say that anyone, they didn't even name him. They didn't say anyone confessed to the crime. They didn't say Jeffrey Herbstman did. They didn't say it was her ex-boyfriend. They didn't say anything. They covered that up like it was nothing. But as soon as they arrested Michael Jackson Bolanos, they plastered his face everywhere. And he was labeled her deleter immediately. But Jeffrey Herbstman confesses and they don't say a word? Not a word? Get out of town. You guys got to be kidding me right now. But this woman wants to cut and splice this video and make it look like that he was looking for a passport for Halloween, and then she's going to make it look like it was 2 weeks later. No. Get it right, lady. She is a terrible reporter.
Halloween party that was coming up, and I couldn't get to Windsor.
He said a Halloween party, but more than a week after Halloween.
That's a lie.
Video of his interrogation showed Jackson Bolanos lie to police more than 40 times, even about stealing from cars, until surveillance video caught him in the act and in a parking lot 150 feet from Samantha's townhouse.
Standing next to the driver's side of a vehicle.
And is an arm appear to be extended?
Yes.
DPD Sergeant Lance Sullivan showed how his team tracked Jackson Bolanos from the Lafayette lot back to his Detroit apartment on West Alexandrine. Police searched that apartment and discovered the same North Face jacket and backpack.
Same one that
and also
Jeffrey
discovered
had.
a lockbox inside, latex
Also
gloves
Jeffrey had.
and a ski mask like he was
Also
wearing
Jeffrey
that night.
had.
And both of those areas were positive for the possible presence of blood.
DNA testing revealed the blood on his coat and backpack was indeed Samantha's, but only trace amounts. A bizarre jail phone call between the suspect and his live-in girlfriend revealed a likely reason why. Tierra White washed his jacket by the time police seized it more than a month after the murder.
They're so dumb. Never even washed the jacket, bro. It was already how it was. If you washed the jacket, bro, it wouldn't have been nothing on the jacket. Like, y'all so stupid.
Yes, it has been washed. It has, and I respect for that.
At that point, the call terminates.
Shocked by what she said or what she did, the inmate hangs up and calls back, clearly distraught.
They telling me what you say could be used against me, right, bro? What you say in the court of law could be used against you in the court of law. I don't like
Yeah, I'm not sure why you're talking to me like this, or that is something.
Bro, because you could be saying anything, bro. Like, don't say nothing. You don't, what the I don't want to hear what you got to say about that, bro.
Hello? Hi, is this Tiara? Tiara White didn't answer the door to the apartment she shared with Jackson Bolanos, but she was wondering about that day. I heard a lot of the jail conversations and he hung up when you talked about that jacket. I was wondering when you washed that jacket. Was it that night that he came home?
No, within the next couple of weeks.
Tiara refused to say anything else, but police have suspected from the start she washed that black North Face jacket after her boyfriend got home the morning of October 21st.
Okay. So let's go back to this. Let's go back because this is a very good video right here. This is very good video. So you see him. You can see him. Look at him. He touches the door. He's touching the door. He's touching stuff. He would be, look, his shoes, his pants, he would be covered. It wouldn't just be the jacket, you guys. If this woman was any kind of investigative reporter, she would be talking more than just about the stupid jacket. If he had such a fight and such a struggle in this horrific crime scene, he would be covered head to toe. Head to toe. But instead, she's focusing on this jacket. What about his pants? What about his shoes? They found the shoes. The shoes were there. The backpack was still there. Everything was there. They found everything. The face mask, everything.
Did you see anything shocking about this jacket?
No, not to the naked eye.
Did you see blood on this jacket?
Not at all.
Did you see blood on any of the clothing that was inside of that hamper?
Not at all.
I think that the important part of the case is that Mr. Bolanos had two opportunities to explain where that blood evidence came from. During both of those conversations, he said that he has never met her a day in his life.
Which he
has
hasn't.
never touched her. And he has never seen her a day in his life.
What if he was just scared and felt like that was the only way to protect himself?
Well, he had two opportunities to say that to the police. I think that's important. I think.
And he did say that to the police. He said it to Officer Osmond. He told Officer Osmond because now, if you see his police interviews with Sergeant Ford, you will see Sergeant Ford is rude. He's aggressive. He's calling him names. You wouldn't want to talk to somebody like that. Why would you talk to somebody like that? Much like, why would you talk to Taryn Asher when she's stalking you, coming to your house, knocking on your door, calling you constantly, sending you text messages, by the way, that are threatening? If you knew the things that she was doing to try and get these conversations and get these exclusive interviews, you would see you don't want to talk to her either. You don't want to talk to police officers who are berating you. But when you see and you find someone you think you can open up to, and you say something, you think maybe that person might tell the truth, and then that person gets on the stand and tries not to tell the truth either. Chad Osmond got on the stand and he sat there and tried to clam up. He didn't want to say anything. He kept looking at the prosecutor table because he knew if he said something, they were probably going to beat him with a bag full of soap. That guy's career is probably over because everybody else got promoted. You don't want to talk to someone who is harassing you and browbeating you, like Taryn Asher. Taryn Asher didn't call and say, hey, how you doing? This is Taryn Asher. I wanted to talk to you and get your side of the story. No. She immediately was all about her opinion and how she thought things went down and how she started accusations right out the gate. That is not how you build rapport, and that is not how you become a reporter. And I don't know how she's a reporter because she doesn't know how to build rapport with anybody. No.
Whether somebody's scared or not, I think it's very important to bring that information to light. Secondly, we researched that. We discovered that Mr. Bolanos has called the police numerous times in the past. So we know that there's not a fear from him to speak with the police.
Okay. If there's not a fear from speaking to the police because you may need the police's help, that's different. But if you're being accused by the police for something you did not do, you're immediately going to clam up. Needing the police for help and having the police accuse you of a crime you did not commit, that's two totally different things, people. Don't go there.
Lieutenant Bray also didn't like how Jackson Bolanos completely changed his story after this call with his attorney.
Bro, I'm not doing no weird like that.
No, not at all. At the end of the day, he even had to admit himself that it's very possible of our theory. She died earlier, got up, stumbled outside, and she moved just like the other witness, came across her body and touched her. For whatever reason he said you might have touched her, he said that's very possible.
But when Jackson Bolanos takes the stand, he now admits it was him near the crime scene at 4:10 a.m., but claims he didn't kill Samantha. Even though he told police he hid and ran from security that night, he now says he spotted something on the sidewalk, blood on his jacket, when he checked to see if the person was still alive.
I just checked the neck, put my hand kind of like in between right here, no air, no like breath or nothing. And once I realized that,
Okay, we are back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. I hope if you are watching the video from my channel that you will go back and watch some other videos from my channel. I got my very first YouTube partner present. So hopefully there'll be more to come. Hopefully I'll get my YouTube play button one day. You guys got to keep liking, subscribing, get those subs up so that I can get my play button. That's what we're hoping for. I want the gold one, you guys, because gold is my favorite. So let's keep pushing for that. All right, let's see. Make sure I got it. Oh, I got the mute button on. Here we go. All right, you guys, we are back in the Sarah Boone circus trial. Hope you are all doing well. If you are new, please drop a comment. Say hello. That's awesome. Gwen has a channel of her own where she is reading the Bible. So if you want to read the Bible with Gwen, please check out her channel. You know, I will tell you this about YouTube, you guys. If you don't, regardless of subscribers, views, what have you, I will tell you one thing about YouTube. It has definitely brought people into my life that I didn't know I needed. It definitely brings people to you that you didn't realize that God sends people to you in mysterious ways, and YouTube is definitely a mysterious way. YouTube can also bring out some crazy people, but it definitely brings out people that you just, like I said, you just didn't know you needed. So, and they become very special additions to your life. So, it's just extra thanks to God, because he definitely is watching and doing great things. So I will say that thanks to YouTube, it has been a great journey and pleasure to be exposed to some people that I probably would never have spoken to, and they would have never spoken to me had it not been for YouTube. So, and I can say honestly, it's a lot of people, we don't even have the same viewpoints, but for some reason, somehow, some way, we're able to have conversations here, very adult-like. Trial junkies and I, on the other hand, sometimes we have little cat fights, but you know, it's okay. But that's why God does it. God does it to test my patience. Sometimes he brings people in my life just to test my patience. But yeah, everything happens for a reason. Oh, thank you. Super chat, Brandon. I love it. What's in the box? What's in the box? It is, I do believe, the suitcase that I don't know how anyone fit in there. I would love to see. I really do. Personov. Hello, Personov. Welcome. Yeah, if you guys are in chat, say hello. I love it. I love it. I know. Can you believe he only weighed 103 pounds? I want to weigh 103 pounds. God, I'm embarrassed.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603. Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Ketchner on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Beckham, yeah, Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from
Make
this
sure I
morning.
got the volume all the way up, you guys.
State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we go live?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a very tiny person. That does definitely sound like more than alcohol.
If you want to test it out, Mr.
Alcohol
Joe.
abuse syndrome weight. I want to get this title right. It's not alcoholism anymore, you guys. It's alcohol abuse syndrome. Yeah, I mean, did you see how tiny Sarah Boone was at the time? She was about the same size. They both weighed the same.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Call on month.
Okay, so I have a camera, you guys, so that my YouTube will not be so blurry. I'm just waiting for an adapter to come in to hook it up to this new computer that I have, because y'all know I was switched to a Mac. I'm still working out the kinks. So sorry, you guys, if it's blurry on my YouTube. Something's not connecting with StreamYard and YouTube. They're on the highest quality. I don't know what's happening, but I appreciate everyone's super chat, memberships. Thank you so much. Check out the merch. There is a 10% off. I will put it in the comments, you guys. There is a 10% off with the code JUSTICE.
That is the best I can do, sir.
We're good, State.
Okay, all right. Anything else, State, we need to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Just in the spirit of full disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program, so they're here just simply to observe.
Oh,
So
that's
pay
who
no
they are.
mind
They're not
or attention to
bodyguards.
them.
Okay.
With that, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's super cool.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
I liked it better when they were bodyguards. Dang it, you ruined it. I wanted to believe they were bodyguards this whole time. That was way more fun. Yeah, I can't wait till they bring out the suitcase. Yeah, she's in Lula Land.
Jury entering.
She's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. If you have not gotten into the chat, please feel free. Don't be afraid. Join. It's all cool here. We'd love to see you. Introduce yourself. Say hello.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
You don't have to
Welcome,
buy a
Steve.
super
Thank
chat
you.
for me to recognize you. I will say hello to you. I'm not one of those YouTubers.
Members of the
that
jury, good
get
afternoon.
you to
I hope
pay me
you
money.
enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again,
Hey,
by a
pretty
show of hands,
Graham.
confirm that you complied with the court's
Yes,
instructions
the
that we
suitcase
gave
is
prior
in
to
court. It's in that giant
the
box.
record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue
We're just
their
waiting
evidence
for when they
presentation
open that
this
giant
afternoon.
box.
State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Brian Boone. This is the ex-husband, I think, right, you guys? The one that she has the child with. Yeah, the box is here up here on the cart. The suitcase. With your soul, trial junkies, with your soul.
Mr. Boone, raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what you got?
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, B-R-I-A-N, B-O-O-N-E.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
How do I spell my
Good
name?
afternoon, sir.
What was that?
Good afternoon.
That
Can
looks
you tell us
old.
How it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
Oh, I thought they had a dog.
And how
My
old is
bad.
that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2017, I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Oh, maybe it was 2006. I think the divorce was 2017. I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking, was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres.
When she called you late that evening, could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up?
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/2020.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And Total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
George was dead, and I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep. But I at that time told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Very serious, and she still hadn't called 911
at this point.
No, she had not.
So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so.
Did you talk with law enforcement? I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Judge, we want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
Okay. All right, sir. You're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She went outside and smoked a cigarette and drank.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So did she or did she not take him out of the suitcase?
You want to maybe approach a moment?
Yes.
Was he in or out of the suitcase? I missed it when he went in there. So she still had not called 911 by the time he got over there. She calls him and tells him that he is deceased. He says, call 911. And he didn't do it. She didn't do it. He gets over there, sees him, and he's like, call 911. And she's like, I'm going to go outside and have a smoke and a drink. Oh, he saw his legs. Okay. So she's
Members
oh
of the jury,
my
we appreciate
gosh.
your patience for a few moments while the state attaches a Bluetooth speaker
But
so that they may publish some evidence that's been received.
remember
So
on the 911 call, she said she tried to
Mr. J,
give
whenever
him
you're ready, sir.
CPR. But there was no way she
You
could
may
have
do so.
possibly done that because he had already been in rigor in that suitcase. That's not possible. Like he'd been in there punched up, you know, in the fetal position for hours.
300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
Okay, this is the call.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 Brent Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Brant, F-R-A-N-T-D. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, send the line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
I wouldn't feel comfortable either, 40 gram. I don't want to sit there with a body.
That's good. No, please don't leave. 4748 France Lane, apartment 3, France Court. France Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, right, okay.
It's still with Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case when we were playing, and but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know what he had, like an aneurysm on what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting number 13. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
Okay, 40, yeah, man, we're on our way up there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is he working, ma'am? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up on the sheriff's office out there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. No, right, I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
Nothing happened. He's purple.
okay, listen, you did the first end of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
Will you be available?
No.
All right, you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, man, listen, so this, is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff.
Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows, okay?
Yes, I did.
All right, okay. Wait.
Stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen. Okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put compression to him, okay? All right? If you lift your hand on his breastbone, right in center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hand up on that hand.
Ready, I'm telling you. Just like that, I can tell.
Okay.
Please, okay, your girdle.
Okay, listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones. Put your other hand up on that hand. We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Going to lift twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop or talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. But this is nice to me.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please, hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing what I'm talking to, okay?
Okay.
Now she wants them to hurry.
Keep up the chest. Count out, take a count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting here as fast as they can, okay?
He's there and he's purple.
Okay. Begin pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Still doing the concept.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? We're playing hide and seek.
Oh. All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
All right, just keep on pumping the chest until they get over, okay?
I am.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Come in. There's not coming out.
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. We're playing hide and seek. He was okay. Unfortunately, he's been down too long.
Yeah, he was in that suitcase over 12 hours.
And so we're there, obviously.
Right. Yeah, maybe Gwen. I don't know. We'll hear from the medical examiner.
Hey, man, the back one's to take care of you, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
All right. Oh, man, still there? Hello?
Contact 407-716-8684, reference to mobile data. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
We're ready to continue with the presentation of witnesses.
Yes, sir. You may call your next witness.
State we call Abraham Moreno.
Do y'all think she was really trying CPR? Just curious. You can't ever tell. I just wonder if they're just going through the motions or if they are really doing it. You don't think so, Brandy? No. I mean, she was pretty dead set that he was done.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, A-B-R-A-H-A-M. Last name is Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor.
Woo,
for
you
apartment
go,
complex.
trial junkies.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Inside
And what
Super.
apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where she was going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything up until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself.
How long was this conversation?
For about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's only 6 jurors in Florida, but they have a bunch of
You may inquire,
alternates.
sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what he
And
said.
who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay, so there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th?
Yes.
All right, on the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So
I may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
All right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a detective, Scott Lowen, conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida? You remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right, so when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right, well, what did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused, she doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she had said that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir. In preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat over the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing?
As I recall, yes.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
Okay. During this time, though, that you became reacquainted with him, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Okay. Sir, on Monday, February the 24th, that would have been the day that you were with Miss Sexton and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment.
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No.
You did not talk to them that day?
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any, if I can confer.
You can, sir.
He said there's 6 jurors
Thank you, sir. I
and
don't
8
have any further
alternate
questions.
trial junkies
Any redirect
at
examination?
the beginning of the trial.
Thank you.
Back in the 90s, when you had previously known George Torres in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's weird.
When did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
2018.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I moved from that particular block in 2005, so I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwood's.
When did you start working at Tealwood's?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, just subject to recall.
What
All right,
the?
so you'll be released subject to recall.
Jeez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This defense, man.
State, call your next witness.
State would call Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
That's weird that he knew him up north and then they somehow end up in Florida. That's so crazy. What a small world.
Raise your right hand if you sworn to swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You could be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez, Kayla, Kayla, Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
Can you tell us did you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy sheriff?
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service, anything from a over with call, like a car being keyed the day prior, or a 911 emergency.
And what type of training do you need to be a deputy sheriff?
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the sheriff's office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the sheriff's office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner. You respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
Do you also undergo continuing training as a condition of your employment?
Yes.
Tell us, were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us, what area of the county were you working in?
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And
yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the record, you have, it looks like a standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute. And the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time. If we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side, away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to begin recording?
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, which has been previously marked for identification as states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm first showing you what's been marked for identification as states I. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you has been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
All right, what was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
In your Honor, request permission to publish states 4.
You may.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights and use the overhead projector?
Yes.
Hello there. Hi. You live here? Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you guys, get some information. I know, but the property manager, I don't know if I should go tell him really quick, or we'll take care of that. Where's he at? He wants that in. Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay? I had a cigarette, Lou. Okay, wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my dog parked on the counter. Okay, we'll take care of you. 1 second. At the time, that you called it. That's the time you called it? Okay. Fine, 220. Go ahead. 707 at 1307. Can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend? Yes, for like 3.5 years. What happened? We drank last night. Can you pass this to the around to the FBI stuff? They need to sign that, sure. Okay, not even. Okay, go. No. Each of them has to. This might be a real thing, but each of them has to put their name. Normally we all. I just put everybody. What's going on? I just got here to fill me in. No problem. Like, puzzle together, we can do some artwork there. You were putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art kind of there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay? That's my ex-husband. My former husband. How did you live here with you guys? No. I called him over here. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk in private, okay? I called you guys. The problem is, I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it before you called. Yeah. 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys. Did he be here before the fire department got here? Who? Your husband? Or your ex-husband? Okay. Where did you live at? Right on the street. Okay. So you were playing, and who did come up there? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, stop. You're okay. I wasn't there. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Like having an aneurysm or a heart attack or what? What kind of medical condition? None that I know of. None that I know of. No. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Doing puzzles, artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek.
A gigantic bottle of wine.
I don't want it there. Like, I don't know what happened. So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to calling 911? You tried that all morning? Yes. Okay. And then I told him while I was doing CPR. Did you start probably, what ballpark? Here, let me fill this at the end, okay? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am still cutting out right now. Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with the paper, okay? Just don't leave, okay, Brian? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Do me a favor. Stand over there by that part. Give me 1 second. There's a dog in there? Yeah. You want to help clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here. Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He was going to see it. They were playing hide and go. This is what she said. She's been doing CPR on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and start making phone calls. Okay, what do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with him. Come here. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes. Hey, come on, let's go outside. Come on. Good boy. Cutie. Jack rather than. But just want to make sure. I'll put my board on. Touch anything.
Orange County.
Yes, office. Put it over here. Let me check this closet. So garage. That's garage.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now.
Oh, just give us a second, okay? It's on the counter. I can't move anything from out of the house. Here, let's get you down, because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? Water. I can get you some water, okay? Just, I want you not on your feet, because I don't want you passing out. I need to find water. Okay, I'll get some for you.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 5.
You may proceed.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either.
Let's go ahead and start making the call. Now, could you go ahead and give me his last name, Jorge? Spell it for me. Jorres. And his first name? George, Jorge. Jorge. O-R-G-E. His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is the boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it B-O-O-N-E. First name? Sarah. S-A-R-A-H. Birthday? 10/10/77. So you had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine,
putting us together, doing artwork,
puzzles, artwork.
we had a bottle of wine, and they decided to play hide and seek. So he
What
gets,
time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep, forgetting that he was in the
You guys were
suitcase.
playing the hide and go.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna joke with you and I'll dig you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where it is.
Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny a little bit?
It was. We both were laughing about it. And then
Okay.
I fell asleep
Where did you fall asleep at?
upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay,
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
Ballpark, what time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that I/Rita think of. Dogs,
Yeah, he did tell me.
bikes, all that good stuff. So I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
And he
what
gurgled,
time this morning
like he
did you
gurgled.
start doing that?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, he wasn't moving, nothing was happening, so I unzipped him, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And like air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could tell by looking at him.
But you had to do CPR, you were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical, he doesn't take any medication?
I don't know, like, I don't know medical wise, like, what, I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever. The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay, all right. Here, I want you to sit back down, because I don't
Can I
want
have one more sip of water?
Yes, go on. I'll do what I can to get you a cup, because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
The cups are like right there.
Sit right here, don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh, I
now,
won't,
okay?
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it, secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these extras has a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet. Yes, you put him on the second. He came back in? So there's no thanks then? Corporal, I can give you a rundown? She's, sitting on the curb, I told her to sit down. I was getting ready to call you guys. Yeah. Wanna talk over here?
Your Honor, request permission to publish State 6.
You may do so.
Well, she was highly intoxicated. Highly intoxicated. They're unpacking a lot today. Yeah, well, that's a lot of cops these days, Gwen.
Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were gonna come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're gonna ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, sir. My name is Chelsea. My partner Scott. It's my understanding you reside here. Okay. Is it just you? Okay. Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there's 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and and then,
Was your son home at the time or, okay,
no, with Brian.
okay,
Decided to play, we just did it like that, like, we were putting puzzles together, we were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to get into it.
okay.
So he decided to get into Suitcase, so I thought it would be funny to, and he was talking about it too, to get them up in there. I go upstairs and he fell asleep. So this morning when I got here, I actually got up out of the bed. I thought sure he was downstairs on the laptop, really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or this afternoon?
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in bed for a little while, and then I eventually came downstairs. He about where he was, and then I was like, oh my God, he was in the case. So I pulled him out, and I stretched him out, and I started to try to make CPR for him. I helped you guys, so I called Brian. Okay. And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds on the road, I called you guys. Okay. The person on the phone had questions continually, so I can count with him until you guys shut up.
Okay. And, so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, sorry, Jorge, diagnosed with any kind of mental history?
Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know.
Well, that would be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink, you just drink once in a while, or?
Well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like, we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner, sure, here, and we'll say that's working with them, we'll say it's from there. But it's not like. I don't understand though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or what happened. I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday? Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I drove up to before to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But you could walk there.
Does he have any history? I know he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't.
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He didn't have facial reconstruction, but he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician, so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery, I think, was at this point, what, 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably, again, 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep,
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start picking from, what do you call it? Donation in there, so that's why
it's out.
Yes.
Okay, you guys did recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and ask them or you just zipped it up and walked away and asked them?
We're laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
But what position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of
No,
went over?
okay, so like this is the suitcase. Right, this is his head, and then he's right here, and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side.
Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around.
Yes.
Okay.
I was not cleaning.
I understand this, okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family, like, who do I talk to about?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see, yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah, it's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know, I am afraid for my life. His family has never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Is that, okay. So no one's gonna know until, we will be making that notification, so
They're going to
it's,
tell me.
okay, well,
Do they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we need you, okay?
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school, and he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your son to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
All right, we're gonna go aside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys keep posted so I know what's going on?
Yes.
And don't,
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question, you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
yeah, okay, but when you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person. We
That'll be
are.
later on.
Okay.
It'll be later.
Prior to us making any
I'm
calls.
not gonna be here. They're going to tell me.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave.
Okay? This was.
Okay? Okay.
Thank you. Just stay seated, okay, sir? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come to talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
So she's,
While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
so she's not at
worries,
all in
approach for a
any
moment.
way upset that Jorge has passed at all. She's much more upset at the fact that she is in fear that she is in trouble. So she's like continuously browbeating this story that she fell asleep. And she's more concerned about herself than she is about Jorge. I mean, not at all has she just been like, I mean, not shed one tear, not been upset one bit that this man that she's been with for 3.5 years is now deceased. Instead, she's like grasping for every excuse in the world to separate herself from the situation. I mean, I don't know. I need some men in here to tell me how many men would get in a suitcase. If you don't want to speak in the chat, super chat. Leave a super thanks, something to tell me, like, I would not get in a suitcase. I mean, what in the world? How many women? I mean, I would not get in a suitcase. I wouldn't fit in a suitcase, but I mean, how many crime things have we seen where men have taken out women and had to actually take the women apart to fit them in a suitcase after, they've deceased them because they wouldn't fit in the suitcase? That's wild to me. And I'm not talking about big women either. I mean, some tiny women. Maybe the suitcases weren't big enough, but still, it's not the point. I'm just saying. I mean, because we're crime people, we know better than to get into a suitcase. We know better than to get in a suitcase, the trunk of a car, into a car that's not ours.
All right, members of our journey, it is 3:21 at this time. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and we'll see you shortly.
Just make sure they're not going to talk about some housekeeping stuff.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Bless you. State, anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
Wow. They're actually going to take a recess. Nothing to discuss. So, I have not seen the video where they went inside her townhouse. I would love to hear you guys' input on what you thought about her. The 911 call seemed very, although I've heard it before, I would be out of breath if I were doing compressions. I mean, just do compressions yourself, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like you would hear somebody doing compressions, right? You would feel that, right? So, my PB&J was great. I forgot I had them. And I don't even have to make them. They're the Uncrustables. Mike makes my life so much easier. But you would hear that, right? You would be out of breath. Yeah, because you would sense it. Or I don't know. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how would she be able to, I would like to hear from the medical examiner if he was able to have got, like, if she was able to straighten him out. This sounds terrible. Straighten him out to do the CPR. My chips are amazing, you guys. I'm sorry for y'all's luck for living anywhere other than Texas that y'all don't have an HEB where y'all can get Korean barbecue limited edition chips. Because HEB is the only place that has them. But yeah, I want to hear from the medical examiner, and I want to hear from the medical examiner he or she's approximate time of TOD, because I would like to know how long he was in there, because Sarah is claiming that he was exasperating when she took him out of the suitcase. So I want to know if that was him alive, or if that was leftover, air. Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of what I want to know. There's things I want to hear from the medical examiner. So I want to hear that from the medical examiner. I feel like she just didn't have any feeling in her for him being passed. I mean, regardless of what kind of relationship they had, I just feel like you would be, I mean, wouldn't you be a little upset? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Especially if somebody that you just kept going back to, somebody that she was just much more concerned about herself. I feel like much more concerned about herself. So I think that's something that is bothersome. Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, but her ex-husband said that they were married in 2006, but I think they were separated by 2007, if I understood him, but it took until 2017 before they were officially divorced. So I don't know what took 10 years. I was confused. So apparently she doesn't do well. I don't know. Was that, did y'all hear that, or was I don't know. I also don't know if her ex-husband is with another woman or if he's with a guy now, because I'm just saying, it seems like Sarah turned him away from women forever. So there is that. They seem to be moving right along, thankfully. But we still have to hear from all the doctors. I think the only hiccup is going to be, and this is something that the defense is going to harp on, is that female detective that Gwen does not like. The interrogation of Sarah is going to really come into play. What trial junkies, what? The ex-husband? I think that Sarah may have cured him of women That's just my vibe that I get from the ex-husband. I don't know if y'all felt it, but that's what I felt on the stand. He was like, yeah, I'm not down for the ladies anymore. But I think the trial is going pretty well. But they said this was going to last 3 to 4 weeks. So I don't know what, even though the defense said that we would probably hear from Sarah next week, which is kind of shocking because that means that they think the prosecution is going to be done. Because the only way we can hear from Sarah is the defense is going to call her, right? So maybe this trial is going to go faster than we think. I don't know. All I do know, y'all, is that Tuesday I will not be here. So I hope that I don't miss her testimony. I hope it's not on Tuesday. I don't think it will be that fast, but I won't be here Tuesday. Sorry. I might be here Tuesday afternoon, but I won't be here Tuesday morning. I know. You guys are just very upset about that. It's crushing. Earth-shattering news. I'm sure you are, trial junkies. Oh my goodness. Where's LaDonna? I was going to say something. Her team lost. Of course, I can't say anything. My team's been losing. No, I work Saturday, Sunday. That's when I work. But Tuesday, y'all didn't even ask me why I'm not going to be here Tuesday. Oh my gosh. Golly, y'all. I'm going to get my hair did. And I'm so mad. So look, y'all, I'm going to get my hair did, okay? And I'm so mad because I decided this, okay, long before everybody on TikTok decided they were they were doing their hair the way I decided I was going to do my hair. Now everybody's on TikTok doing this stupid TikTok thing where they're like, boom, and they have this cute bob. Okay, I'm doing that. I already decided that before everybody on TikTok decided to make these stupid little videos where they're doing these cute little bobs. So I'm going to come back with a different hairstyle and different color. But I decided that. And now everybody's doing it. Now I'm kind of like, now do I even want to do it? Because everybody's doing it. And I'm not doing it because TikTok people are doing it. Oh, it's infuriating. Just FYI, that was my idea before all these youngsters started doing it. So there. I have that, and I'm going to vote. Early vote. I hope all of y'all are registered to vote, and you're going to go vote. very, very, very important. Don't forget to vote. I am so excited about voting. I mean, it is kind of personal. I'm getting my hair chopped off. I know, man. The stupid youngsters on TikTok. I say stupid youngsters. Those dang youngsters. Yeah, they're doing this little thing. Oh, you can go vote October 26th. We start voting on Monday, but I'm going to do it Tuesday since that's when I'll get to go get my hair did and I get to get out of the house. So, yes. Oh, and y'all, I need everybody to pray for Mike. He has a very, very, very important thing happening next week. So send all your prayers to God and wish Mike, if it's in God's will, that this goes in his direction. So we need it. And if it's in God's will, it will happen. So I already tell them dang kids, get off my lawn. So, but yeah, pray for Mike that this thing that he's doing next week works out. So that's what we want. We want this to happen. It already happened because I prayed about it and he got the call, and now I'm hoping that it just keeps going. Oh, Gwen, you have a birthday coming up, the 26th. Oh, all right. Okay, Gwen. Oh my gosh, my mother-in-law's birthday and my grandma, rest in peace, her birthday. How did you know, Trial Junkies? Y'all, God is good. I cannot say how good enough God is. I just can't. Y'all, God has answered so many prayers this week. And I hope that if y'all don't know how good God is and how he answers prayers, and I know he doesn't seem like he answers prayers, but it's in his time, but he does. But he does answer prayers, and he answers prayers in like ways that, I have been crying for the last 2 days for how God has answered prayers. So it's amazing. Now, if God could just answer my prayer of make me skinny, like if I could just wake up skinny, that would be great. But God is so good, y'all. God is so good. And I'm so thankful. So if you guys haven't prayed in a while, if you haven't thanked the Lord every day for every day that you have, please thank God for every day that you have, because it is awesome. Oh, and then if you don't have your When I'm Gone book, this is my When I'm Gone book, just so y'all know. This book, y'all think I'm morbid, but don't. It's very important to have, y'all, just so you know, so that if something happens to you when you're gone, people know what to do. So I'm just letting y'all know, everybody who's not in the chat, if you're not talking in the chat, you should get a When I'm Gone book. It's your death planner organizer. Okay. I know this sounds morbid, but you want people to know, because for instance, you guys, if something happened to me, y'all wouldn't know, because I'm going to tell you right now, Mike ain't telling y'all. Mike is not going to tell y'all. He is going to lose his mind when something happens to me. And y'all are the last people he's going to tell. So I have it arranged so that y'all will be informed. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make a video that will post after I'm gone. He hates this book, but he is not in charge of this book. I have somebody else who will follow my instructions in this book. But I got it because, you know, I bet my seizures have gotten worse, y'all. If you don't, you know about it is okay, Brandy, I get it, but it's got to be done. Okay. My seizures have gotten worse. Started having seizures in my sleep. My doctor is highly concerned. I may not wake up. It could happen. So I've got to get my stuff in order. So what if I don't, you know? So I have somebody who's going to take care of all this stuff. So there. Oh, I cleared up. Yay. Yeah, so you got to have your stuff in order just in case. Hey, you guys, I never thought I'd live to be 50, and here I am at 50. Who knew? But I know everybody ever, but you know what? You got to be prepared. You just never know. We're not promised tomorrow. So, but I'm thankful for every day, and I know where I'm going. I mean, I'm going to have a she-shack in heaven because God is going to get me for all of my cursey words and all the other terrible decisions I've made in my life, but at least I'll be in heaven. So know that. And then I have my best friend who's going to go through all of my social medias and get my passwords and clear up all the things that I don't want Mike to see. So there you go. You guys should have a backup plan. He does forgive me, but hey, I still am going to get punished. See, there you go. I mean, oh, awesome, Brandy. Yeah, it's very important. I mean, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That is where I will be. I don't know. I still think God's going to look at me and be like, didn't you? Be like, yes, Lord, I did. Okay. Put me in the she-shack. Hey, Kirsten. No, she won't be taking the stand today. It'll be next week. She'll be taking the stand, according to her defense attorney, which is, I don't know if that makes sense because that would mean that the prosecution would have to be resting pretty soon. And they're saying this trial is going to take 3 to 4 weeks. So I don't know how that's going to be possible. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the medical examiner because I want to hear what the medical examiner has to say about how Jorge actually passed and how long he was passed. And I hope they did a good job on the actual autopsy because I would like us to see a trial where we can hear an actual autopsy that was done well and gave an actual TOD. Yes. And not an ADT alarm system TOD. Actually, we never did get a TOD in that case. We just got a time of attack. Yeah, she can't take it until the prosecution rests and the defense takes their turn. Because she'll be a defense witness. I mean, I don't know. The prosecution could call her since they know she's already going to be a witness. I mean, maybe, possibly. I don't think that's unheard of. But I also don't know. Everything is state by state. I mean, as you can tell, Florida only has 6 jurors, whereas most states we've watched has yes, has 12 jurors.
City Police Department.
About 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the sheriff's office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
And
I bet she will
is
be on the
continuing
stand for a long
training
time.
a condition of your employment with the sheriff's office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who did you first come into contact with?
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Miss Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
she was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both captured some of the same time frames?
Correct, yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. George Torres.
Hmm.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
He was laying on his back.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the a portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states K into evidence.
Any objections? No objection. What was pre-marked as states K will be received into evidence without objection as state 7.
Yeah, Kirsten, the prosecution's doing fine. They just have to get the technical witnesses
May.
out of the way first.
Clerk, can you dim the lights?
That's why it seems. But they've been moving right along. I like the way they just leave her unattended outside on the sidewalk.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to call someone.
Don't know anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So what's gonna happen? We're gonna go to the computer's office and they'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away, but then it needs to return.
What's the hard spot to be in?
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Well, we have all these evidences, so while we're here, nothing's gonna happen. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more in the time, right? Yeah, you. We're deciding to be a surprise.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like,
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow. And then have a budget and we'll look at it. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out.
Protocol.
Yeah, it's no real medical history that
I know of.
For them to have passed away, we come out.
I know. Yeah.
We come out to an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out, this is what we did. If he was 75 years old and had a heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that families
I
don't
just
want.
really want to see my son. I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
Yeah, you would, yes, please.
Anybody else have you to show up or wait here that needs to be here?
Ryan King's here, that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready to do it yet. So they're gonna take him, they're gonna take some photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork. They're gonna chat with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. Give us a little bit more time, like I said, and you don't do that.
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow? You have to.
No, we're just never going to tell his family.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will know it.
But again, we'll know. I'm not gonna just go into it without you knowing, you'll know. We'll talk to you about it, anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but like, what are you just telling them? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason as to why?
We tell them what we know about them. We tell them.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Give them their number, they can contact them, you know.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that was so, they're gonna think I killed him. They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you, it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon, that's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I encouraged him numerous times to go and see his family. He had to pull her off me one time. Do you have somewhere safe, like, you know, tonight? Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got no list. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I got another one that's in jail. Unless one of the Marines local, no. Well, he in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But the only way. Your phone's inside, correct? Yes. Does he have a phone? No, he does not. He used my phone. He uses your. Yeah, we the share one. So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't think I have a problem with it. So, well, like I said, we're not gonna leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not gonna leave here if you're not feeling safe. And then we're like, and then so I in Philadelphia. Well, she's in Philadelphia because there's gonna be a funeral, right? That you're talking like days and no, I'm talking right here, right now. So let me do my notification. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about because we can go back and forth about what it's like all day long. I know. So I promise we're not gonna leave here for you and you not feel safe. Right? Please. I don't even know what to tell you. It's okay. Just take a seat and have some water. Give us a few minutes. Let us do our thing and we'll be back to talk to you. I promise. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. Okay.
You have anyone in there?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and take care of it. I have relief coming. So just stay there.
She is very concerned about what they're going to tell his family. Like, duh, he's deceased. But they're going to want to know what happened.
No further questions.
Thank you.
How did he end
Any
up in the
cross-examination?
suitcase?
No, sir. Can this witness be released?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right?
State,
I
you may call
know.
your next witness.
Like, you can't explain. Like, gee, how did that happen? He just fell into the suitcase and then, oh, by the way, I zipped it up. And then never let him back out. But she claims he could get his hand out.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, MELISSA ROUGHGHGARDEN.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held.
What do you know, Brandy?
Those two, a crime scene investigator
When was the last
and
time
a
you
forensic
played hide and
biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime
With
scene
another adult.
investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to that evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say process the evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the sheriff's office as a CSI, I completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 Franz Court, apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Kepsel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene?
There's
with
no
the
way,
detective
Gwen.
in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked this scene, did you see George Torres?
Yes, I did.
And where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
I don't know. Brandy and I saw some pretty dang crazy defense lawyers in San Antonio on a case, and that guy got off. They did their job, didn't they, Brandy? Yep. But the stepmom, she didn't.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within States M?
Are you talking about the Ferris trial, Brandy? Yes. That's a tough one. I think her kids are just like out to get her. They want all that money for themselves. I find it virtually physically impossible for her to have done that to a 6'4", 300-pound man and get him to that area. I just don't think it's possible for her to do it physically. Greed is bad, y'all. Makes people do the darndest
Do you
things.
recognize the contents of States M?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification with States M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection. All right. What was pre-marked as States M will be received into evidence without objection as States 8.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
Your Honor, could we have the lights dimmed?
Yes.
He was. I really don't understand that case. I really haven't gotten into any other cases because this one was coming up, so I didn't want to cloud my brain too much.
And I'm first going to publish to you as part of States M picture photo number 4. Tell us, what is this?
This is the front door to the residence.
States 5.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
When you enter the residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as States 11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
Showing you States 14.
Yes.
What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen. And there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
showing you from State's Composite, photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
Showing you stage 22.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
Stage 23.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you also find receipts in that trash can as well?
Yes.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Right.
Photo 32 from the composite.
Yes, this is just in further into that entryway. You can see the living room.
We can't see that picture.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Was that baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Oh, I just saw him. He was laying on his back.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
The last Florida trial we watched, we saw the husband in the garage that was pew-pewed. They showed all those pictures.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Did you see it, Kirsten? I saw him.
45.
There he is again.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door
and his head.
The middle back of the photo.
Photo 49 from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper. This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
For the record, that's photograph 52. States 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There is also no zipper pull on that one.
No zipper pull. But there's a
All right, could you do November the 11th?
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
What items,
and there was stuff in the suitcase and he still fit in it.
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
'58 from the composite.
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Oh.
Photo 61 from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
Photo 62 from the composite.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Why? Why is there so much blood?
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Photo 69 from the composites.
So it's moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase.
I can't wait for the medical examiner, y'all.
These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
This is photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Does this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the composite.
This is a photograph within the child's bedroom.
Photo 86 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Photo 90 from the composite.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
Photo 97 from the composite.
This is the bathroom.
In that master bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Did you also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here in court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify our article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record so reflect.
Showing you photo 98 from the composite.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is it that you are photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Do you also document the rest of her body as well at that time?
Yes, I did.
Publishing Photograph 101 from State's Composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
Photograph 106.
And her left hand facing downward.
Photograph 107.
This would be of her right arm.
Photograph 108.
Her left arm.
Photograph 109.
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
Did you guys notice that the bed was made? Like it didn't look slept in?
You had previously testified that you also collected physical items of evidence from the home as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as state C and been shown to defense?
You may.
I wonder if she really went upstairs and fell asleep, or if she didn't pass out on the sofa. That changes
Ma'am, I'm assuming it was
a lot.
for identification as state C. Can you take a look at that package for me?
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and the location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of states C and look at it to yourself?
Because I don't know about you guys, but back in the day when I was hungover and I passed out in my bed, even if I passed out on top of the covers, I would waller around enough that it looked like I had a fight with my bed the next day. Okay. And then not only that, but I sure as heck was so hungover, I didn't give a rat's patootie what my bed looked like. And I didn't make it. That's for sure. So it does not look like her bed was slept in. So I'm just curious, did she really fall asleep upstairs? Or is she saying this so much that she's trying to believe it herself?
Sure, just how the view from the court.
Towards your buddy, not your body. Yeah, if it's what I think happened, it's way more heinous than.
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states C into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as state C will be received into evidence as states 9 without objection.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
You can unwrap them now.
Whoa, that's a big old bottle of wine. And my old folks would love that size of wine. Man, they go through that in no time. You know, they go through so much wine at the old folks' place that they've limited them to 2 glasses. 2. Yeah, I think what happened is way more heinous than now that I see that bed. I mean, think about being in a suitcase for 12 hours. You can't pee. You can't nothing. You're just stuck in there.
Did you also have occasion to collect the baseball bat from the living room?
Yes, I did.
Oh, are we going to pull out the suitcase today?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states B and shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states B. Can you take a look at this item?
Yes.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Why did she beat him with that bat?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, as well as my initials on the evidence seal.
It also has your initials and your agency case number as well.
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, could you open states B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
Man, I hope the prosecution brings up the fact that bed was made. We can't be the only ones that saw that. But also in the 2-minute video, we saw when I played it the other day that the suitcase was upside down in the beginning. And then before it was over, it was right side up. So she went over there and flipped that suitcase. At some point in time, that suitcase was flipped.
What is contained within States B?
The wooden baseball bat.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition
Yeah.
as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as states 10 without objection.
This is like a week after his birthday, y'all, because his birthday was February 13th. And then she took his life.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
I find it hard to believe you were going to donate a suitcase that had paperwork in it.
You also had an occasion to collect a suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area.
Yes.
How deep was it? What did she say? 28 inches length.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States A. Tell me, do you recognize this item? Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agent's case number, and my initials are also on the evidence tape.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open States A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
It's okay, Gwen. I got excited too.
What is inside of States A?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same,
Okay, that's what I got.
substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as States A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What
All
was
right,
pre-marked
40
as
grand,
A will
where
be
you at?
received into evidence
They're bringing
without
out the
objection as
suitcase.
states 11.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish States A to the jury.
You may.
Can you open the inside of it?
All right, Brandy, you're tiny. Get in a suitcase.
How easy is it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Oh no, Gwen, in today's world, that's not
Any
a carry-on.
cross-examination?
That's a $75 check bag.
Good afternoon.
Are you also referred to as a medical examiner investigator as opposed to just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the crime or that the medical
Who's this guy?
examiner necessarily relies
Come on, Brandy. Take one for the team.
process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations?
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed and what items will be taken into custody and what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized.
I need video evidence, Brandy.
By the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
So you did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that.
No, we did not.
You assumed that the blood inside the suitcase belonged to George Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat. You took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike George Torres when he was in the suitcase. Was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was it? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
I'm going to object. I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will. Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that you had some interaction with Ms. Boone. Is that correct?
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
You have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a little tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
And that was your opinion.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
A redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
That guy's kind of a butt.
In this case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw it.
Yes.
So every room in the house,
They were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds on his body?
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas like defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her.
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you. Can the parties approach?
They're about to call it. I mean, she didn't take pictures of that kind of stuff because, according to Sarah, this was an accident and they were having a great day. They were just hanging out, drinking a bottle of wine, playing hide and seek, nothing nefarious going on. She never mentioned any type of abuse or anything like that. She just fell asleep after zipping him up in a suitcase.
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention in this matter. It is 4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening. Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room before you are released for the day. I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to release you back to the deliberation room for you to receive the paperwork for your employer, and we will see you at 9 a.m. this coming Monday, October 21st. I thank you for your sacrifice.
Monday. Make sure there's no housekeeping matters after the jury leaves. Any housekeeping matters that we may have? Anything from the prosecution?
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything else we need to discuss?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right. Thank you all very much. We will see you at 9 a.m. Monday, October 21. We're off the record.
Off the record. All right, you guys. We will be back Monday morning. Okay. Thank you, everyone who has tuned in. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. I thank you all so much. Please check out my other videos. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Come back Monday. We will be back on the Sarah Boone trial, and we will be checking out some other inconsistencies in her story. As we can see, I don't think she went to bed that night, at least not upstairs. So I appreciate all my new subscribers, all the new people that have joined, and to all of my OGs, check Gwen's channel out. Read the Bible in a Year. Check out Kirsten's channel. She is doing some cool stuff with her tarot. And I will see y'all Monday. Thanks, Brandy. Brandy, I expect that video of the suitcase. See y'all Monday.